Really good to get cricket going once again. I also think it would be remiss if we didn't mention the efforts of the president of Cricket West Indies and its CEO, alongside the chairman of Cricket Australia and its CEO, with all the support from the Barbados government, the Barbados Cricket Association, medical and operational teams here for getting things back on track after positive tests was announced by the medical association here in Barbados, and now we resume that second one-day international. Hint of swing for Cottrell.
Umpire Joel Wilson, residing at the moment from the Joel Ghana end. Very experienced 71st one-day international. Alongside him, Nigel Duguid out of Guyana in his 9th.
Sheldon Cottrell might have just missed his mark, just ensuring that he starts from the right place. Here he goes again. Again, a little too straight. It's something we saw from him in that first one-day international, when in his first spell, a lot of his deliveries ended up on the stumps. Allowed the Australian batsmen to score freely. So that's an adjustment that he will want to make early up.
Based on the field that he has that extra cover region open and 3 fielders on the ring on the leg side. So the plan will be for him to bowl straight.
Yeah, and it's important to reflect on what has gone and let that inform how you go about things. This was in that first game. As mentioned, the strike rate quite high when he was straight, 107. But he just has to shift to that green column. Get outside the off-stump to the right-handers. Boundaries too on the short side. Deliveries which were short, which got high. And too straight as well. First delivery outside the off-stump. He gets the wicket and the traditional salute. 1 down for Australia.
Just looking at the bottom of his bat, Ben McDermott. But early success for the West Indies. Sheldon Cottrell in his first over, short and wide. And just a feather through into wicketkeeper. And that familiar celebration from Sheldon Cottrell. Early wicket gone for the Australians, 1 for 1.
.1250s on the solitary 100. Mitchell Marsh will want to increase the numbers in that hundreds column. He's been batting brilliantly throughout this tour for Australia. T20I series, most runs. He's here because of this. Just not getting the bounce right, hitting under the bounce of this one, maybe too wide as well.
And just prior to that dismissal, Australia reached the end of the first power play without losing a wicket for the 3rd time in their last 4 ODIs. So it's usually a good start for them with the opening partnership, that opening partnership in the first ODI, 51. So a rebuilding job will be needed by Mitch Marsh. And Josh Philippi, who was very impressive on debut. First over gone, 1 for 1.
Some place. Thank you.
Mitch Marsh, Philippi, with a lot of work to do. They will want to get themselves set. We spoke about this pitch and how tricky it might be. Jason Holder will partner Sheldon Cottrell, as we saw in that first one-day international.
And you would see the left-handed Cottrell trying to bowl straight, and he would have had the field in place for that. The right-handed Jason Holder, who looks to take the ball away from the right-handers, will look to bowl a little bit wider. 2 slips in place, 4 men on the ring through the offside. The contrasting styles, contrasting plans.
When you look at Jason Holder, you know that because of his height, he has that ability to extract a significant amount of bounce as compared to his colleagues in this West Indian team. 6'6", 6'7", his height. Worked away nicely through the onside. More importantly, played off the back foot again. Philippi could trust the bounce, especially against Holder, because out of all the bowlers and fast bowlers in this West Indian side, he will extract the highest amount of bounce, 100 centimeters. That's from a good length. You don't have to worry about getting too far forward if you're a batsman facing Jason Holder. What he might want to do, based on what we saw in that first one-day international, is get the length a little bit fuller. Jason Holder stays pretty much in that good length region, which is between 6 to 8, but ideally he'll want to be on that 6-meter line. Just a little bit fuller, lure the batsman forward.
Yep. Good call, mate. No, mate, no.
Still off the back foot. This was the first one-day international. Just look at his lengths. 84% in that green band. But where he'll want to be is exactly on the line between the red and green band, 6 meters. That's ideal for Jason Holder. Will he make that adjustment today? He's got 2 slips in play as well. End of the over, 4 for 1.
Good start for the West Indies. Early wicket, which wasn't the case in that first one-day international. It's always important to get wickets throughout the course of any cricket match. The earlier you get them, the better chances you have of restricting the opposition.
Ben McDermott. That's meant to be dismissed already in this Australian innings.
You mentioned that line, Darren, that Cottrell should be operating on. Much better line from him. He did get some swing on that occasion as well. Excellent delivery. Just keep the batsman guessing and bowling to your strengths. And one of his strengths is getting this new ball to swing. Some late swing as well.
Well, it's interesting to see that Karen Pollard has 4 men, in fact 5 men on the onside. So that's why Sheldon Cottrell might be aiming for finishing on the stumps. Probably a strategy against Josh Philippi. Only 4 fielders through the offside, so not a lot of room for error through that offside. Just feel an adjustment probably has to be made. Even Cottrell, extra fielder through the offside.
So far he's been bowling to his field. No third man in position, so he knows that at the back of his mind. He wouldn't want to give too much width to that offside. But Philippi has proven to be quite competent with those deliveries that are straight, especially the short ones, which he pulled magnificently in that opening match.
There he goes again.
It'll be really interesting to see the tactics from Karen Pollard throughout the course of this bowling effort. Traditionally tends to keep Hayden Walsh Jr. after the first 25 overs. In that first game, I think he came on in the 28th over. So it might be an opportunity to get him into the game a little bit earlier after the first power play.
Well, Sheldon Cottrell picked up the first and only wicket so far in the innings and achieved a landmark, a significant one in his ODI career. Brought up his 50th wicket in ODI. 37 matches, an economy under 6. That slipped out. Might have been looking for that slower delivery, loose fingers on the ball.
So a couple of that from Sheldon Cottrell already in this tour. This is his 50th one-day international wicket. And a feather through to wicketkeeper Shea Hope in his first over. We did see Mitchell Stark do that in the first ODI. And have to re-bowl that. So picking up a wicket in the first over in a one-day international is always a special and significant achievement. And this is such a familiar sight in these parts, especially if you're a Sheldon Cottrell supporter.
I'm sure you want to frame that pose. Off the pad, surely. End of the over, 6 for 1. Cloudy day here in Barbados. Nice wind blowing through. Always a wonderful atmosphere here at Kensington Oval. Sheldon Cottrell leaving the field. Hopefully it's nothing serious from a West Indian point of view.
No run.
Philippi has looked very compact and organized in that first game. That would have been his debut. Got to 39. Some youngsters looking on through the gates, trying to get a glimpse of the action.
Much better length from Jason Holder. For the first time he's lured one of these Australians on the front foot. And the reason too why it's important for him to get that length a little bit fuller is we expect that this surface will produce variable pace, which might just give Holder an advantage when he goes full. Pulls it away. It stood up and it was there for the taking. 4 runs.
It really has been exceptional playing those short balls. Philippi continues to demonstrate that in this, the second game. So quite a number of those shots against the left-handed Cottrell. Very used to playing short bowling, those types of deliveries. So it's very much at home.
Philippi stitched together a nice partnership for 51 with McDermott. 39 from 42. 4 fours and 2 sixes. A lot of them coming through the onside. Took the attack to Jason Mohammed in his first over. Use of the feet down the ground. Sixer. And he was looking ominous. Didn't really go on in that innings. Uppishly. But it was a fuller length. Zari Joseph ran into that advertising board. And a lot of pace. Luckily for him, he doesn't react as if anything is wrong.
He seems to be okay. And commitment in the field. Loud sound as he made contact with the advertising board. That seems to be good. Let's look at that collision into the advertising board.
Was that for? The umpire will just check and ensure that his hand wasn't making contact with that advertising board. The umpire, I think, is convinced that there was contact and for being signaled.
So his effort goes in vain. Zari Joseph. Another boundary in the over for Josh Philippi. First square of the wicket, then straight back. So showing his versatility.
Just not finding the perfect length, Jason Holder. Forgone, 14 for 1.
And it's about doing a repair job. Mitch Marsh got a start in that first game, got to 20 before he was dismissed. They want to build a platform, get up to that maybe 250, which was a successful score in the first game. I think that might be their target initially.
Cottrell still off the field, so we'll now see Zari Joseph. Really was impressive in that first game. 2 for 40 from his 10. Bowled with pace. Usually in his ODI career, he picks up wickets here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, he has 14 wickets here at the Kensington Oval, the most for any bowler. Only 4 one-day international matches, so a very happy hunting ground for him. And what I did notice in that first game, he was prepared to bowl a little bit fuller than what we're used to seeing from Alzari Joseph. Of course, he's coming from that stint in the county circuit.
Again, a little extra bounce. And that's going to be the challenge. And as a batsman, for you to interpret variations in bounce, in pace off the wicket. Just playing under this one. Mitch Marsh.
Direct hit results in the overthrow. Nicholas Pooran in the outfield today because of Shea Hope making his return in the team and taking up the wicket-keeping duties. And sometimes being accurate works against you, as Nicholas Pooran just found out with that direct hit. Shea Hope playing here at his home ground at the Kensington Oval. I'm sure everyone will be looking to see what he can do with the bat a little bit later on, especially given what transpired in the first one-day international and his successes in ODI cricket.
Yeah, Shea Hope is a massive part of West Indies ODI success, especially with the bat. Not only as a batsman, he'll be valued in this team, but also the appointed vice-captain to Kieron Pollard. He'll bring that experience to this team. Of course, he missed the first game because of an ankle injury. And this is what the West Indies missed in terms of his batting form and talent. Over 50 average. Very impressive figures. 10 centuries to his name. Ranked with the best in ODI cricket worldwide. Went for it. Was length. Had sufficient bounce. And he just swiveled on it to get a boundary to end the over. 19 for 1. Mitch Marsh will be thinking about getting in. And he'll take confidence from his partner on the other end, Philippi, who loves it short, being from Western Australia.
Hayden Walsh Jr. with that 5-wicket haul. And first West Indian leg spinner to achieve that feat. Previous best in 4 for 26 by Rajendra Dhanraj in 1994. Excellent returns for him, and he's continuing that love affair with the Australian team.
for the pull and got into the shot quite early. Marsh. Yeah, just indicating that there's a little bit of slowness off the pitch that got the better of him. He was already swinging through the line and almost finished with that shot when the ball came.
Both these players from Western Australia would have played on bouncy wickets through their formative years, so they'll fancy playing those cross-batted shots.
How can he find a cluster with that type of length? And that's a big challenge for Jason Holder, who's struggled a bit in ODI cricket in recent times. He's done quite well with the new ball in T20 cricket, but just hasn't had the type of success in ODIs at the top of the innings with the ball.
It just goes to show the difference in format for a bowler and the adjustments that have to be made. In T20 cricket, you want to be inconsistent in terms of your lines and length. You don't want to be predictable. In 50-over cricket, in one-day international, you have more of an opportunity to do that, to try to cluster those deliveries on a good length and ask batsmen to take chances. Quite the opposite in T20 cricket.
Glorious. Mitch Marsh can do no wrong with that one. Presented the full face of the bat. That would have felt really special.
A deliberate ploy from Jason Holder to bowl fuller to Mitch Marsh because of his strength square of the wicket. This time, just misses that length a little bit too full. And Mitch Marsh is good enough to treat with that delivery confidently.
Four runs from the over, 23 for 1.
A good little partnership building between these two, 22 now, after the loss of the early wicket. And they know that they have quite a job ahead of them. Enriquez, Carey, top scorer in that first game to come. Ashton Turner, 49. So a lot of batting to come, but they'll want to make use of the starts, each of these players.
Cottrell might just make his way back onto the field. And Harry Joseph will probably find that fuller length as we saw in the first match. We'll try to swing the ball as well away from the right-hander.
Doesn't have a third man in place. His two fielders out, deep backward square, deep fine leg. So just might be asked to bowl straighter.
Funny you mentioned that adjustment that Jason Holder will have to make when he changes for different formats of the game. I had the chance to interview the player of the match in the first game, Mitchell Stark, and when I asked him about any adjustments that he would have made from the T20Is to the ODIs, he said, quite frankly, none. There are some bowlers who can rely on their strengths across formats. An obvious strength for Mitchell Stark is that pace that he has. Averages in the 140s. Also has that ability to swing the new ball early up. There he is. One of the greats in Australian cricket. His last 5-wicket haul just going past the great Glenn McGrath. And that's in ODI cricket. Went for it. It's in the air, and the catch has been taken. Evan Lewis gets his man, so to the West Indies.
Always pleasing when a plan comes to fruition, and this would have been the plan by Kieron Pollard, Alzari Joseph, having those two fielders out in the deep backward square in position just for this. He's been very good on the pull shot so far, Josh Philippi, and as we've seen in cricket, sometimes your strength can also be your weakness. Adds to his tally of wickets at the Kensington Oval. Alzari Joseph Philippi goes for 16, 23 for 2.
Are you at zone?
23 for 2 in the sunshine here at Kensington Oval. Moses Enriquez, the new batsman. Hasn't found his best touch with the bat on this tour yet. The propensity of Josh Philippi to pull the length ball, and he's done it reasonably well previously. Driving that on the up, it's the time to say hello and good afternoon to Curtly Ambrose.
Good afternoon, Bish. Philippi went for the pull shot. I don't think it was that short a delivery, so he didn't get hold of it the way he would have wanted. And West Indies have struck fairly early.
Just wonder where they go at the other end with Holder, who hasn't been at his best, whether they can prize another one out of him. 26 for 2. Another over to Jason Holder, 3 overs for 15 so far. Got him. That is a big wicket. Holder being persisted with, quite rightly finds success.
Certainly a big wicket. Mitchell Marsh, the informed player. It was a very good delivery. Pitch just outside off stump. Did enough to take the edge. Celebration from Jason Holder and the West Indies team. They know that that's a big wicket. Mitchell Marsh is gone for 8. Australia, 26 for 3.
Gentlemen, batsman is here. Oh boy, you love them kind of edge. Yep, diamond dog.
Captain Alex Carey. Lovely half century in the first one-day international. Great thing for me about this, Curtly, is we haven't seen too many fourth stump, fifth stump deliveries so far today. Holder has shifted his line from very straight, and it has brought him reward. I think that's the right thing.
Certainly is the right thing. Look at that. Mitch Marsh had to play. That is much better bowling. Got to ask questions. Jason Holder was bowling a little bit too straight, as you alluded to, Bish. And he's experienced enough to just change to bowl slightly outside off stump, fourth and fifth stump. And he's got predominantly an offside field as well. Now there's a slight adjustment. A second slip is going in.
Yeah, I'm in total agreement with you. We were both sitting next door, and we felt the line was too straight too often. Not that there weren't any deliveries out there, but it was very minimal fourth stump, fifth stump, sixth stump. Well, there was a really good shift in line.
Good bowling by Jason Holder. Got to keep probing away just on that fourth and fifth stump area. Ask questions of the batsmen. You've got two slips in place. So the line has to be just outside off stump.
Yeah, just a reminder of yours, there were a few deliveries. Cottrell got a wicket outside the off stump. There were a few. But I think the conglomeration, understandably, the highest percentage is straight. But occasionally, you don't want to give too much room in ODIs outside of stump, but occasionally, to certain batsmen, you can go fourth, fifth stump without being too wide. I thought that was a good variation of it. Should be four, or could be four. Now it's slowing up. Umpires might want to have a look. Akil Hussain was the fielder.
Really did well. Hussain never gave up the chase. He realized that the ball was slowing down. Did he save his team a run?
I think he pulled it back with the right hand and then it hit the left hand. The first pullback, I think, was good. But just when he hits it there, the ball hits his left hand and the body was already in contact with the rope. We'll see it here. Just there. It's touch and go. 4 signaled. 30 for 3.
Yeah, middle. No run.
A little bit too straight from Alzawi Joseph, with 2 slips in place. You'd want to focus on bowling on that 4th and 5th stump that we talk about, Bish. Look to induce an edge. You don't want to get clipped off into the leg side too often. That's better.
Yeah, I agree with you. There are a number of things, options, and their options is that I'm sure Alzari would have been, his preferred end would have been the opposite end, the Malcolm Marshall end, because of his outswing. The wind would be assisting. But you can't always have the end that you want. I know that from bowling with you. I never got the end that I wanted. And he's a little bit shorter in length on average today from that Joel Garner end. And as you said, bowling a touch straighter. That's a lovely shot. A very early dive from Sheldon Cottrell. I think the umpires might be satisfied that he saved a run or two.
Very good effort from Sheldon Cottrell. 2 straight again from Alzari Joseph. One of the things that bowlers need to understand in ODI cricket, yes, every bowler wants to see a couple of wickets in the wickets column, but at the same time there's a process. You don't want to just try to attack too much. It's about containment. And the more you contain, you build pressure. And once you build pressure, you force batsmen to do things out of the ordinary, and the wickets will come. You don't want them to get off the flyer, and then you're under pressure.
Not a bad line to end. 34 for 3. Conditions are good. Just reminding viewers who joined late, it's a continuation of the game which started last Thursday. The toss was taken then, not a ball was bowled, but fell in favor of Australia, who chose to bat. No retoss today. Also just bringing you up to date, one change for Australia, agreeing between the 2 team captains and the match referee. Hazelwood in, out, sorry, Agar in. Where's Agar, that is. The third one-day game will be played on Monday coming. So we will complete the series after the scare we had on Thursday. There's Wes Agar. He wasn't actually left out of last Thursday's game. But Hazelwood wasn't 100% today, so there was an exchange. Couple of runs.
A bit of a loose shot from Carey. Managed to just get it outside the 30-yard circle in the air. Just for viewers, just reminding you that the 3rd and final ODI will be played on Monday. Complete Australia series. good bowling. That's the area you want to bowl.
So Kyron Pollard signaling to Sheldon Cottrell, who's at third man, to get loose. I'm seeing Akil Hussain also loosening up at mid-off. So a change in bowling might be imminent. .37 for 3.
Only 1 minute down.
First power play completed. Now we're into the second power play, overs 11 to 40, where the option of having 4 fielders outside the inner circle is available to the fielding captain. Hussain with a couple of wickets the other day, 2 for 50. Intrigued to see if he can get anywhere near the purchase of the surface. It looks a slightly harder pitch. It hasn't gone through the surface, the top yet.
Oh, a little bit this way.
It's a very dry surface. And can Akil Hussain get the ball to grip of the dry surface?
Hey, hey, hey. Walk, Gilly. This kid. Draw.
Hussain is trying not to give room outside the left-hander's off stump, but in the event of that, is getting a touch too straight to start. Now he's getting a chance to bowl at Enriquez, who's got that propensity or weakness against the ball, leaving him. I think Hussain got him out in the first game, sweeping.
Stuff horse. Kilo.
will be a slight adjustment in the field, as we have seen quite a lot. Captain Kyron Pollard getting into that short leg position. A little bit too short.
This is how Enriquez went in the first game.
Bowling a little bit too much on the leg stump. Akil Hussein.
Yeah, the one advantage that Hussein will have for him today is that the leg side field to the left-handed batsman is a lot bigger than it was in the first game, and it's hitting against the wind as well. So your error ball, if you make an error, you try for it to be tucked into the leg side rather than the offside. Lovely, lovely from Akil Hussein. Brilliant little bit of flight. And carry's gone.
Much better delivery. Flighted, a lot slower. Pitch more on off stump this time. There's a hint of spin as well. Carey missed it completely. He's gone for 10. Australia 41 for 4.
Ashton Turner played very well in the first game for 49. He had that wonderful 100-run partnership with Alex Carey, the captain. Bats with a good tempo in this format as well. A strike rate of over 120. It was slightly slow. You're absolutely right. 91 kilometers per hour compared to 92 and 93 the balls before. Much better from Hussein.
Short leg is back in for Turner. Also, that first slip in place. And why not at 41 for 4? You got to try pick up another 1 or 2 here quickly.
Come here,
41 for 4.
Quickly, boys. Akil. Deep in the wicket, please. Solely at the backward square. Dario. Stand up, please. Sting it on. Dario. Take the ball out. Right hand. His legs down. Center.
Hayden Walsh Jr. coming on much earlier today. He came on The 29th over in the first game. His length was absolutely magnificent last game. Success came currently in that 4 to 5 meter area.
The difference is, which is that he bowled from the Joel Garner end in that first game. Now he's operating from the Malcolm Marshall end. But if you're a good enough bowler, it wouldn't really matter that much which end you bowl from, especially when the confidence is sky high. You never had a problem with ends, Bish.
Yeah, what he'll have to adjust today is his line. He perhaps need to be a touch tighter into off stump quite often, but that's from the last game.
Get it, buddy!
Perilously close to Pollard.
Wasn't that far. It was a valiant effort from the captain.
I mentioned the length of Walsh in the last game. The blue ones are the wickets, and a lot of it between that 4 to 6 meter area, ideally between 4 and 5, is hard to get to. It's there. Very good from Walsh. 44 for 4. Got Ashton Turner to set up his 5-wicket haul. Carey, Turner, Stark, Weed. And where's Agar? Almost run out, really. Australia winning by 133 runs under the DLS system. Still bowling very quickly for a lot of the over. I think we've seen a smidgen of assistance if he can just slow the pace down a touch.
I think he'll be more effective if he does slow it down a little bit.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. On cue, on call. Hussain strikes again.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Slow it down a bit. You'll get some turn. Good, easy catch by Jason Holder. Once again, Henriquez falls to the ball, going away from him. He's gone for 4. Australia struggling at 44 for 5.
Let's go, guys. Batsman is here. The whole pro is here, boys, huh? Don't want to speak into the youngsters. You guys only know what is right when it's on the other side, huh? Come back and touch for.
Matthew Wade.
Middle. Ah! Sorry.
Aaron Pollard with him at short leg. Jason Holder at slip. Yes, Enriquez does have that propensity and history of falling to the ball, spinning away from him. Slightly slower in pace, 89 kilometers per hour compared to 93 first ball. Still work to do.
Hasn't bowled that well to the left-handers. Tend to be pitching on the leg stump, going further down the leg side. There's been a few wides called. So he's got to focus a little bit more when he bowls to the left-handers.
I think that's because he hasn't got much margin for error if he goes outside the off stump. So at least his error is to the protected side of the field. That's his error. You don't want to be bowling there, but he's making the mistake on that side. But you're right, he absolutely has to go more off stump. Very good, very, very good. Is this Akeal Hossein's day here at Kensington Oval?
Certainly shaping up to be that. Every time he bowls a bit slower, Bish, he gets the ball to turn. And he's hoisted into the air by Darren Bravo. Look at that. Beautifully bowled. Look at the rev on that delivery. Certainly bamboozled Turner. He had no answer to it. He's gone for one. Australia really in trouble. 45 for 6.
It's Stark. Australia will be hoping he can offer something substantial. I think a lot of credit to Akeal Hossein, because there are a number of people who were asking why he's kept his place in the one-day team, because the T20s didn't go too well. But it was in the ODI games in Bangladesh where he stood tall and was good against Sri Lanka earlier this year. But you're absolutely right. The pace, the length, little bit of in-drift on the wind and spin. And now he's been taken for a ride. Motorcade by Darren Bravo. Still work to do. Leg slip, short leg slip. Stark is away. What's his length been like? Quite decent. Quite good. Two of them just around the 4-meter mark. Alex Carey's dismissal just a little bit fuller, opening up the gate. Good amount of dots and a good length as well. Pressure. 46 for 6.
Brilliant start from the West Indies in this second one-day international here at the Kensington Oval. Remember, for those of you who may just have tuned in, it's a continuation of that game that started on Thursday. Australia won the toss and decided to bat. And what a start. 46 for 6 at this stage. Akhil Hussain has been on fire so far. And Hayden Walsh Jr., who had that 5-wicket haul in the first game, will be looking to continue to build on his performances against the Aussies. Stacey King alongside me. Stacey, 17 wickets he has across the formats in the T20s and now in the ODIs.
Yeah, he's been impressive, Hayden Walsh Jr. Spinners are really taking it to Australia in this second ODI.
It continues a trend from what we saw in the T20s. The way they play spin, that would have been a googly. Darren Ganga mentioned in the pitch report earlier today that the groundsman indicated that they didn't add any water since Thursday to this surface, an already parched surface. So one would have expected some degree of turn. That's certainly not what we would have seen from Akhil Hussain so far. Puts a lot of revs on the ball, bowling much slower than he's used to. But can this man, can Hayden Walsh Jr. get in on some of the action? What an opportunity to be bowling now. Shout for stumped. Well, they go to the third umpire for the review.
Thank you, Drill. TV umpire to director. We have a review for stumping. Fair delivery already established. Thank you, Nigel. TV umpire, we have a combined review for caught behind and stumping. We're going to start with the stumping first. Fair delivery already established. Can we move on to your best side on? Need your best side on first. Yes, we're going to stump in first. Appears as if there is some part of the foot grounded. Just roll forward. Roll forward for me, please. Thank you. I'm satisfied that there is some part of the boot grounded beyond the crease. Can we move on then to the catch? Front on, please. On coming up. This pass pretty close to the glove. Gonna need ultra edge to confirm if there's bat on ball. It's a flat line, flat line. Ball moves past the glove, flat line. Satisfied that there is no bat involved. I'm gonna go back to Nigel on field. Nigel, stay with your not out decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, make your signal.
Matthew Wade survives a double review. West Indies reviewed that caught behind, so they would have lost that review. Wade lives to fight another day. But some turn on offer on this surface here at the Kensington Oval.
Yeah, this has been sensational bowling from the spinners, West Indies spinners.
Good over, comes to an end, 47 for 6. And West Indies were 27 for 6 in the first ODI, 47 for 6 now. The Australians, can they get a score of respectability?
$100 million shirt there, boy. Oh, Royal next morning. You want some property down there or what?
It's 47 for 6 after 14 overs. The players will take a much needed Blue Waters drinks break. .47 for 6, Australia in the second one-day international. Remember, they lead this 3-match series 1-0. West Indies will need to win this game to keep the series alive. Akil Hussain in a midst of a devastating spell. Forward short leg slip in position. Currently 3 wickets for 5 runs.
Oh, yes, Keely.
He's been getting some vicious turn off this pitch, Akil Hussain.
Best figures of 3 for 26 against Bangladesh on debut earlier this year. That 3 for 26 represented the best figures for a spinner on debut for the West Indies. Still very much in the infancy of his one-day international career, but showing that he has what it takes. To perform, he's had 3 series, one against Bangladesh in Bangladesh, the other one against Sri Lanka in Antigua, and now against Australia. And he's really performed creditably in all of those 50-over matches.
Yeah, just getting some good turn on that full length.
Might just be a leg by. Akil Hussain has shown really good skill in this spell so far. That delivery before the wicket, a little bit shorter, then he made the adjustment. That's the one before, and this is the wicket, making that adjustment shorter and then a little bit fuller. Tremendous skill on display there
Yeah, such a good story as well, because you can see that he's learning. He knows what he's doing. Short length, fuller length gets him the wicket. Yeah, you just have to line it up.
This is a really good field in place by Karen Pollard. He has men in catching position, himself position and forward short like the slip, but he also has guys protecting the boundaries, more so on the onside, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on. So he's not giving the singles, not giving the boundaries either. And still has fielders in those attacking positions. He's always been a very perceptive captain, Karen Pollard. Matthew Wade, a very experienced campaigner in one-day international cricket for the Australians. He's batted in every position from 1 to 7 in the batting lineup. He'll need to use all of his experience today to get his team out of trouble.
The runs have definitely dried up for Australia.
Come on! Somebody there, Cottrell!
Call is for 2.
Got him now.
Better throw. He might have been in trouble, Mitchell Stark. In the end, all's well that ends well. 15 gone, 52 for 6.
Keep going, Heros.
Excellent performance so far by the West Indies in a must-win game for them. 52 for 6. Australia, lowest ever one-day international score, 74. And the lowest ever against the West Indies, 146. So both of those scores under threat at the moment.
Yeah, this is good bowling. And it started off with the power plays, with Cottrell starting it, and Jason Holder and Alzari Joseph, and now the spinners have taken into the Australian batting lineup.
Not too sure how many times Mitchell Stark has been in a position with this, with some 35 overs left in a one-day game. He has to bat.
More like survive these middle overs from Walsh Jr. and Hussain.
Welcome back, welcome back.
Chase on for Darren Bravo. Gets there in the end. Hayden Walsh Jr. might just be trying a little bit too hard to get a wicket. Just has to be patient, bowl the right areas. And historically, the lower order batsmen, once they face enough dot deliveries, they tend to try something. As a bowler, sometimes you feel under pressure when you're bowling against these lower order batsmen to try to get them out, as opposed to just being patient against them. Look at that tremendous record in 2021. All of those matches, of course, would have been against the Australians. So 17 wickets against this outfit.
Yeah, just has to be patient, Hayden Walsh Jr. We know what he can deliver.
All you hit us, all you hit us.
Just a single to end. Wade will keep the strike. 16 gone, 57 for 6. Second ODI continuing today after the clearance to do so by all involved, all of the stakeholders. And really pleasing to see the players back on the field. And we have cricket once again. Shea Hope back in the team. And for the West Indies, he will take his customary position at the top of the order. Really remarkable run of form for him in one-day international cricket.
And good work behind his stumps as well. Into his 95th stumping, well, catches and stumping behind the crease. A good addition, not just to the batting lineup, but to the team.
Again, keep going, boys, come on. Captain Soldier.
Another bit of turn and an appeal from the West Indian fielders not interested. Umpire Joel Wilson. What I've noticed about Akil Hussain is that he puts a lot of revs on the ball. Just that no ball from the square leg umpire. More fielders were outside of the inner circle than are allowed. But just look at the degree of turn that he's able to extract. And that would have been crucial if a wicket had fallen with that. So because it's a free hit, the fielder who was in that bad part position now has to come out of play for a safety standpoint. So Kieron Pollard, who was situationed at forward short leg, because it's a free hit, is now out of the field. So he's not in play. Strictly from a safety standpoint, ensuring the safety of the players. So the West Indies will be feeling with just the 10 players for this delivery.
Tuesday call. Misfield. Just a bit of a fumble by Cottrell. Sees them home safely for 2 runs.
Kieron Pollard will make his way back on the field into that forward short leg position. Continues to get that ball to turn almost through the bat and pad once again of Mitchell Stark, and he's really extracted a considerable turn. Look at that, 5.7 degrees compared to 2.5 from the wrist spinner, Hayden Walsh Jr. Typically, the wrist spinners get more turn.
I think which clearly shows that Hayden Walsh Jr. is trying too hard, as you said earlier. He's pitching too full. Just needs to slow it down and just turn the ball a bit more.
Huge shot for LBW. He's giving him out. He might just review it. Mitchell Stark, he has reviewed it.
Fair delivery. Joachim, ready? Thank you, Joel. Review for LBW. TV umpire to director. We have a review for LBW. The original decision given is out. Fair delivery already established. Can we move on to front on, please? Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can I use Ultra Edge to confirm that? It's a flat line as the ball goes past the bat. I'm satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we move on to ball tracking when ready? Just standing by for ball tracking drill. Ball tracking is coming up. It's pitching outside off. Impact outside off. I'm going to go back to drill on field. Drill, I'm going to ask you to change your original decision from out to not out. You're on screen now.
Mitchell Stark survives. Retains the review. Contact was made just outside the line of off stump. And once you're playing a shot, you cannot be adjudged LBW, just marginally. So he lives on Mitch Stark, who reviewed it immediately. So he knew that he was hit outside the line. "17 overs done, 62 for 6. Change in bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. The leading wicket taker at this venue, Azari Joseph, replaces Hayden Walsh Jr., who had the 3 overs. Last decision, contact made outside off stump. Would have gone on to hit the stumps. So you could understand the decision from the umpire. Very marginal. Christian King, you agree with this change? Alzari replacing Hayden Walsh Jr.?
Yeah, I think Hayden Walsh Jr. bowled better from the player pavilion end in the last game. And Alzari Joseph, I mean, he has the most number of wickets at this venue. He has taken at least 2 wickets in 8 of his 13 ODIs at this venue. So why not?
Karen Pollard has that slip in place, searching for another, trying to minimize the number of runs scored. Want to chase as little as possible, given what transpired in that first ODI. A really golden opportunity here for them to level the series. Wickets that would have fallen. The first wicket in the first over, the very first over, Sheldon Cottrell, Philippi falling to his favored pull shot. Evan Lewis in the deep taking that catch. A peach from Jason Holder. Didn't he enjoy that? Really setting things up for the West Indies.
I think what has been good is the adjustment in line and length in which the bowlers have been bowling and setting traps as well, because Jason Holder's wicket was perfectly set.
Playing a miss. Good pace from Alzarri Joseph. Then after those initial 3 wickets, it was the Akil Hussain show. First Alex Carey, comprehensively bowled. Moses Enriquez, 2 times in 3 games. And then Ashton Turner, another beauty from Akil Hussain. And look at that celebration. He's enjoying the second ODI. Just to put things in context, Stacey and King, the West Indies have never won an ODI series against Australia since 1995. I think they won that series 4-1. So it's been quite a long time for them to achieve this feat. And against this team missing several key players, it's the best opportunity, one would think, for them to achieve that.
Yeah, agreed fully. And being 1 down in the series, yeah, they'll want to win this one and level it.
Australia proved their worth and the depth in that first one. 18 gone, 64 for 6.
Make it up one, boys. Let's make it up one, boys. Let's make it up one, boys. Come on. Still want to come forward here.
3 wickets, Akil Hussain, a wicket apiece to Cottrell, Holder and Joseph. Hussain will continue. He's kept everyone keen. Quite frankly, the greatest of ironies here at Kensington Oval in Barbados. Spinner's paradise at this famous ground. Known to be a surface that favors fast bowlers. And it's the spin that is taken center stage at the moment. Malcolm Marshall might be turning in his grave. Would have enjoyed bowling here with seamer-friendly conditions. Hall and Griffith stand 2 fast bowlers from this particular country. Joel Garner as well. Greg and Haynes, 2 famous opening batsmen from Barbados. Malcolm Marshall, as mentioned. Very prominent West Indian cricketers. The 3 Ws, Worrell, Weeks and Walcott, stand named in their honor as well. And the greatest all-rounder of all time, Sir Garfield Sobers. Some innovation will bring runs for Australia. And boy, they need them. Afternoon, Ian Bishop.
Perhaps one of the shots that Wade feels that he can actually get some runs with, given the populated leg side. shot that has become more familiar to modern day batsmen. Shouldn't really force Hussain to change his line too much.
Go kilo.
Yeah, a few famous statues outside the perimeter of this ground. So Garfield Sobers, who in this month, left of screen, will turn 85. And then recently, Reverend Wes Hall, his statue unveiled. So Gary Sobers, one of the only living national heroes of Barbados. Afternoon to you, sir. Outside the off stump, surely. Not taking the interests of umpire Joel Wilson. $70 for 6. Carlisle Bay here in Barbados, beautiful beach if you're a tourist. Yeah, it's an island country in the Lesser Antilles. Most easterly island of the Caribbean chain. Beautiful beaches all around. It's a wonderful holiday destination. If you ever get the chance, this is a place to be. Gets hold of this one. Just stood up. And it came off the middle of the bat. Went like a tracer bullet through that mid-wicket region.
They're valuable runs for Australia. 2 short balls in a row. Stark missing the previous. Perhaps better off living on that good length after the first short ball. Alzarri Joseph.
Yeah, Bishop, we mentioned a lot about the pitch and the dryness and the challenge for batsmen on this surface. Based on what you've seen from Australia in terms of their batting approach, is there anything that they could have done differently to score at a faster rate and probably dominate this West Indian bowling on show? Oh, that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful from Mitchell Starc. He's a man on a mission.
A couple of lovely shots in this over from Stark. He's already got, well, not already, but he has one half century in ODIs against Sri Lanka. 2013. Looks as though he should have had much more by now.
Well, that's a good over for Australia. 8 runs coming from it, 78 for 6.
Come on, let's go, boys.
Wicket falling in that first over, just a reminder. And Akeal Hussain went to work thereafter. 3 for 20 for him so far.
Come on, boys. Let's just bring this partnership, boys. Come on. Come on, boys. Numbers next, boys. Numbers next, boys. Come on. Keep pushing, boys. Just keep pushing, boys. One at a time. Come on, Killy. Push this off his mouth, boy. Use his off his mouth, boy. Come on.
Two things about the pitch. I haven't seen the seaming deliveries or the deliveries from the seam bowlers go through the top of the surface. That's a blessing for us so far. It happened very early in the first game. As to what Australia could have done different, I don't know. I think Hussain has just bowled well. He's found turn. Could they have scored quicker? It would have involved risk. So, not sure.
I know it's a different format of the game, but I've seen Akeal Hussain play for the Trinbago Knight Riders in the T20 format of the game. And some teams just use that bit of aggression against him just to throw him off as a bowler. And when I say aggression, controlled aggression, maybe when they use their feet to Akeal Hussain in T20 cricket, he's a little bit flustered. Still a young man. That could have been an option for Australia, especially for batsmen with the ball turning into them, the left-handers.
The only thing I'd say to that is he struck very early in the piece, so the batsman never got a chance to get settled. The right-handers, Turner got a beauty. Moses Enriquez has that weakness with the ball turning away from him. So maybe you can argue a case for Alex Carey, but I just think that Hussain got a good one to him very early, so there was no chance really for anyone to settle in. And you don't expect in a 50-over game too many guys to come in and go at it straight away. So sometimes you have to give credit to the bowler and the fielding team.
Another good one from Akeal Hussain, 80 for 6.
Change the bowler. Next up.
Australia wouldn't be happy with the situation at the moment. Only 4 wickets remaining, just 80 runs on the board. Time for Sheldon Cottrell to follow Alzarri Joseph. Struck firmly in the gap. Will be a chase for Jason Mohammed. Slight adjustment in the field. Jason Holder goes to third man. There is a cover now in that of Hetmeyer with an offside sweeper. So more balanced field. Less attacking field for Sheldon Cottrell. We have thoroughly enjoyed our stay here in Barbados, which is a wonderful island. South of the Caribbean, capital city of Bridgetown. Known for its wonderful beaches, island built on limestone and quite a few points of interest. Gained its independence in 1966, its national flag. As mentioned before, produced quite a number of West Indies international players, near 100 coming from this small tiny island in the Caribbean.
Yeah, mate.
With two left-handers at the crease, Karen Pollard has not employed both his spinners. Hayden Walsh Jr., we saw him bowl from the Malcolm Marshall end. Karen Pollard has opted for his seamers, not allowing his spinners to bowl to the left-handers to allow them to hit to the wind, and with the wind to the shorter side of the square boundary. 83 for 6.
Matthew.
83 for 6 starts for Wade and Stack. Partnership of 38, and now we'll see Hayden Walsh Jr. from the Joel Garner end, replacing his spinning partner, Akil Hussain. Wezega still to come. Last-minute change to this Australia 11 for today's game. Matthew Wade has an attacking instinct. I'm sure Hayden Wall Jr. will be trying to stack a few dot deliveries to him, produce a false stroke. Doesn't like to be bogged down, Wade.
Yes, man. Good save, you know.
Now slip and play for Mitchell Stark. Sweeper through the offside, comes to point. More attacking field. Went for the sweep shot, made no contact. Just a single from the over, 84 for 6.
Let's go.
Largest partnership of the innings before us. Matthew Wade, Mitchell Stark, 39 already to put on. West Indies, for this second one-day international, invested in Jason Mohammed as part of the playing 11. Could be a good option for Karen Pollard to the two left-handers out in the middle. So him bowl a couple overs in that first game. Not used so far as a part-time off spinner. And I say that given what we've seen from this surface, the appreciable turn on offer, might be a handy option in the conditions.
Yeah, it's an interesting point with the debate coming into this game. Kieron Pollard had that hamstring injury. So I think the word that I'm getting is that he's still not able to bowl. And so with 5 frontline bowlers, Jason Mohammed really is the 6th option in case something goes wrong. Usually Pollard can bowl, get through a couple of overs for you effectively. Good pace from Cottrell. So I think that is perhaps a decision that the West Indies made, that Mohammed, while he is not perhaps of the quality of this guy with the bat. I wonder if that weighed in his favor, Mohammed, as another option to bowl, given that Pollard can't at this point.
Skillful, really skillful from Matthew Wade, using the pace of Cottrell and producing a boundary.
A lot of time left for Matthew Wade if he can find support at the other end and keep his wicket intact to get a significant score. Some good pace from Cottrell in this spell. Good bounce generated. Hit the splice of the bat quite nicely on occasion too.
Bish, I take your point on that with Jason Mohammed, because when you look at that decision, you don't really find a lot of rationale for him playing ahead of Shimron Hetmeyer as a batsman in this one-day international team. Hasn't produced a lot of runs, Jason Mohammed, in recent times. I think in the last 13 innings or so, he hasn't crossed 20. Extra ball to be bowled in this over.
Yeah, Mohammed's history is an intriguing one. He played his first game in 2011. He played his second game 4 years later in 2015. It was another 2 years before he played his third game. And then against, I think it was Pakistan in 2017, that he had about 3 games where he scored a 93 and a couple of half century and a 40-odd. But since then, nearly 30 games, really has underperformed. But again, his bowling offers something that may be missing. 91 for 6.
Similar plans to continue here at Kensington Oval. Taking a view of the Oval from afar. Hidden Walsh Jr. It's out a wicket so far in this match.
He himself has to realize he has to continue to be patient if wickets aren't falling for you on the rare occasion on this series tour. There's nothing wrong then in acclimating yourself to a different mode of operation and holding things tight. Every day is not Sunday. By doing that, hopefully for him anyway, the pressure will create a wicket-taking opportunity.
You made mention of the fact that Walsh Jr. was brought on in the 12th over in this match as against the 29th over in the last one. I really think that's the way Kieron Pollard should use him as a leg spinner. You don't want to wait for the back end of the innings to be left with a bowler with a full complement of 10. not knowing how he will start and the form that he will show. Just nearly clipping that off stump. What a beauty, the wrong on to end the over. 92 for 6.
$92 for 6. The Australians, remember, they won the toss on Thursday and they decided to bat first. The game is a continuation of that. This partnership has been really good for them. 47 now between these two left-handers, Matthew Wade and Mitchell Stark. Halfway stage of their innings. How many can they get? And how many will be enough? That's an assessment that they will have to make. The West Indies still trying to close things off. Brilliant start. Mr. Kirtley Ambrose, the Australians wouldn't just lie down, would they?
No, they won't. It's not in their nature. Having done a few battles with them, they're never going to give up no matter what. But here's where the West Indians will have to exercise a little bit of patience. A little bit of patience. Let me get that right. They've done really well, the West Indians, to dismiss 6 of the Australians. Only at the halfway stage. So you don't want to lose grip of this game. We've seen so often that when there's a good partnership building for the Australians and they break that partnership, wickets tend to fall in clusters. So breaking this partnership is crucial.
These two batsmen out in the middle, very experienced. They will understand the requirements in this situation, which isn't really too much about run scoring as much as it is about surviving and remaining out there in the middle. The old adage, you can't score runs from the dressing room. They'll know that, and the longer they stay out there, the more opportunities for run scoring will come along. Extras as well. Just about trying to survive at the moment. And when run scoring opportunities come along, they take them. So it has been a sensible approach from Stark and Wade. West Indies trying to find a bowler who can prize one more. That single brings up the 50 partnership. A much needed partnership between these two for Australia. 26 gone, 95 for 6. $50 from 87 balls, tottering at 45 for 6 at one stage. But they've battled bravely. 23 for Wade, 19 for Stark. Much, much more is needed. Partnership continues to grow for the Australians. Very warm out in the middle. That breeze that usually blows across the ground will provide some relief for the fielders. Jason Mohammed just stretching, perhaps might be called into action as an off spinner, 2 left-handed batsmen at the crease. Did have a couple overs in that first ODI.
Didn't make much of an impression with those couple overs. But is Captain Pollard going to call on him again? He's warming up, stretching, like he may be getting a little go.
Hayden Walsh Jr. does have a good googly. Turns away from the left-handers. There isn't a slip in place though for Matthew Wade anyway. And you expect for Mitchell Stark, Jason Holder goes into that slip position, so more of an attacking field, a wicket-taking field. A huge shot for LBW. Thinking about it, umpire Wilson in the end decides against it. Will they decide to review? Karen Pollard in discussion with his teammates. And he does decide to review. So we'll go downstairs where the third umpire is located at this venue.
Review for LBW. TV umpire to director. We have a review, players review for LBW. The original decision given is not out. Fair delivery already established. Can we move on to front on, please? Doesn't appear to be any bat involved, but I'd like to use Ultra Edge to confirm. Standing by for Ultra Edge drill. Ultra Edge coming up. It's a gap between bat and ball. Satisfied that there's no bat involved. Can we move on to ball tracking when ready? Ball tracking coming up. It's pitching in line, the impacts in line, and wickets hitting. I'm going to go back to drill on field. So I'm going to ask you to change your not out decision to out. You're on screen now.
Umpire Wilson has to reverse his not out decision. A wicket for Hayden Walsh Jr. adds to his tally of wickets against the Australians in this tour of the West Indies. Start goes for 19. 96 for 7 Australia. Well, the West Indies was searching for that next wicket. Adam Zampa, the new batsman for Australia. But Hayden Walsh Jr., the man to break the partnership. That partnership was worth 51. Mitchell Stark sweeping against the line. Hit in line, impact in line, going on to hit the stumps. He knew it. Umpire Wilson initially said not out. It was reviewed by Captain Pollard. And then it was time to celebrate. Smiles all around.
Certainly it was a good review. Hayden Walsh Jr. knew straight away that he has got his man. Continuing his good form.
You'll fancy his chances now of getting maybe another against the right-handed Zampa. And slip in position. 96 for 7. What a time to be bowling. It's all about survival now for Zampa, just trying to keep company with Matthew Wade.
I would like to see him toss one up just outside off stump to entice Wade in going for a big shot with a long off in place.
Well, they've taken the single. Matthew Wade. Means that Adam Zampa will retain the strike. 97 for 7.
Watch it. Right down there. Point.
Not a happy scorecard for the Australians. Matthew Wade unbeaten on 24 as the top scorer so far. Bowling for the West Indies, Akhil Hussain, 3 for 22 from 6 overs. A wicket apiece for all the other bowlers. So it's been a combined effort from the West Indies with the ball. Akhil Hussain brought back into the attack from the Malcolm Marshall end. But the first time that he'll be bowling from this end in this series. But he's bowling to the right-handed Adam Zampa. Bat pad on the offside, slip in position. 5 fielders in the circle, cutting 1. Matthew Wade will be desperate to get back on strike. And the fielders in the inner circle will be quite aware of that fact.
That's the reason why Captain Pollard has got all of his fielders except 2 in the circle, trying to keep Zampa on strike as much as possible. And quite rightly so.
Just out of the grasp of the intimidating figure of Kieron Pollard. Interesting to see if there was some bat on that. There was 2 sounds. Gloves, off the gloves. Well away from the lurking captain.
Catch it, Paul. Hey, hey.
Lots of chat out in the middle circuitly.
Well, why not? When you have a team 97 for 7, Of course they're going to talk a little bit more than normal. You're in control.
Safely tucked through the one side. Will bring up the 100. Not yet. Just 99 at the moment. 99 for 7.
I was a part of the West Indies team when you were part of it, young Badri. I can't remember you being a talker. You just got on with your job, taking wickets. You hardly ever said anything. Unlike our good friend Bishop, who never shuts up.
99 for 7. 28 gone. Still 22 overs left in this innings for Australia. It's been a steady procession of wickets. Excellent start for the West Indies. 45 for 6 at one stage. A 51-run partnership got them up to 96. And 99 for 7 at the moment. Australia lowest one-day international total against the West Indies, 146. Batting first. So very much in danger of bettering that here at 99 for 7. A lot will rest on this man's shoulder, Matthew Wade. What can he conjure? Well, he's taking the single. Has that faith in Adam Zampa, giving him the bulk of the over.
Well, you got to try and eke out as many ones as possible. They all adds up in the end. Still a long way to go. We're just now in the 29th over of the innings.
And that last single brought up the 100 for Australia. Lots of overs to go.
White.
In the first one-day international, West Indies were dismissed in 26.2 overs. That would be at the back of their minds as well.
That's why it is so important for them to not let Australia get away and get too much of a challenging total.
Australia did make one change in their playing 11 as permitted by the laws and the regulations. Josh Hazelwood made way for Wes Agar, who did play in the first ODI. Hazelwood pulling up with a little bit of a niggle, so he was replaced. Just 2 runs from the over. 29 gone, 101 for 7. It's time for the Blue Waters drinks break. 101 for 7. Australia. Matthew Wade standing resolute. Top scored so far, 25. And from 45 to bowling for the West Indies. Akil Hussain stands out, 3 for 24. A wicket apiece for all of the other bowlers. We're here at the Kensington Oval in beautiful Barbados, renowned for its idyllic white and golden sand beaches, wonderful flora and fauna, magnificent part of the world, whether it is for holiday, getaway, or romantic vacation. Lots to do, warm and friendly people, cultural, a mix of cultures and everything at this wonderful neck of the woods. Akil Hussain continues.
Let's play.
It's been very impressive in this match so far, Akil Hussain. Just look at that. Continues to create problems.
Beautifully bowled by Akil Hussain. Look at that. Really rip past the butt of Zampa. And that's very encouraging.
If you follow the line of that ball, it would have been going on maybe to leg stump, spun pass, outside off stump. A really gem of a delivery. Perhaps the only thing wrong with it, it did too much to beat the outside edge. Got 3 wickets so far. Hussain. And first, that of the captain, Alex Carey, through the gate. Classical left-hand orthodox wicket, a left-handed batsman. Enriquez, caught and slip. And another beauty to get rid of Ashton Turner. Really enjoying the conditions here. Not often we say that. Sir Curtly Ambrose, a spinner enjoying the conditions at the Kensington Oval.
Certainly bowling well. Hussain is giving nothing away, making life very difficult for the Australians. Not taking any chances against him.
He got 2 for 15 that first match. Maybe count a handful of deliveries where he didn't really execute as he would have liked. 2 for 50 over his returns. But he's demonstrating a level of control and consistency that you want to see from your spin bowlers. Gets a single off the last ball, but more importantly, he's getting turn. He's spinning the ball. He's putting energy on the ball. 30 gone, 103 for 7. Wickets during the early phase of the Australian innings really stymied their progress. Beautiful beaches of Barbados, always inviting. Hayden Walsh Jr. continues.
Shake.
Nice bit of cloud cover was made out in the middle. A little bit cooler. I'm sure the players would very much welcome this respite from what has otherwise been hot and humid conditions. Matthew Wade still trying to eke out whatever singles he can get.
Still a long way to go. 19 overs after this one. Only 3 wickets left. So it's going to be so important for Australia to at least try and bat out these 50 overs, or as many overs as they can. That's why they're playing so cautiously.
Excellent shot from Zampa. Doesn't have the legs to go all the way. Just dribbles towards the boundary, gets there in the end. And so a confident stroke from Adam Zampa.
Certainly was a good shot. Over pitch delivery. This time from Hayden Walsh Jr. Really played it well. Through extra cover. Trickled into the boundary. 4 welcome runs for Australia.
First boundary off Hayden Walsh Jr. in this match. And what you'd find, and you always find this circuitly, when a leg spinner is bowling against a leg spinner, he doesn't want to get him out. He doesn't want to be dismissed by a fellow leg spinner. Protection in the deep. Good bit of fielding by Evan Lewis. It happens for off spinner as well. Doesn't want the opposite number to get the better of you.
Well, I guess it's a bit different with fast bowlers. The most fast bowlers that come up against, we're happy to get out quickly.
When they're facing the likes of you, that's the best option. Get in the pavilion. But you're right, circuitly, the West Indies wouldn't want this score to balloon anywhere over 150 perhaps. That would be a very good effort on the part of the Australians. Want to dismiss them and restrict them for as little as possible. Matthew Wade doing the sensible thing. Just getting the singles, retains the strike. 31 gone, 110 for 7.
Shadow. Change the ball off. Right down wrong. Go.
Jason Mohammed into the attack. They've maintained the slip fielder for him to Matthew Wade, so they're obviously expecting him to get some purchase off the surface.
Another spinner. We've seen some good work from the spinners so far. We've seen sharp turn, sharp vicious turn, good lines and length, drift. Let's see what Jason Mohammed can present.
No one sweeping on the offside. Good start. A little bit of turn as well. There is that sweeper pushback after the second ball of the over. Another couple of important runs.
Yeah, and all these count for Australia. Nice little partnership building. 16 off 30.
No, not now.
But they're always looking for that single.
Stop, Shadow. Good stuff,
Matthew
Shadow.
Weed.
You're in.
114 for 7. Very simple model for Adam Zampa. He's got 9 half centuries across formats. Highest first class score of 73. 74, in fact. I robbed him of 1. And so it's a little indicator that he can hold up an end at a minimum, and that's simply what he has to try to do for another few overs with Matthew Wade. Akil Hussain back into the attack. Important runs.
Yeah, this is good by Australia lower order. Just working things around, getting runs to try and build a good total, a defendable total. Change in feel.
Yeah, the offside by Zampa's own admission is his strength. Mentioned it in the T20Is because of where he grew up in the driveway with his dad bowling to him with the fence to his leg side a few feet away. His offside game is what developed most. Ball spinning away from him as well.
I was just going to mention that the ball is spinning away from him, so that'll be perfect for him to play within his strengths, which I'm sure Pollard is aware of, which is why he brought that extra feeler onto the offside. But where will he find runs, Adam Zampa?
So what Pollard is trying to say to him with the slip and the silly point is if you defend, as we see that a little impact on the surface, we can get you close to the bat. If you attack, we have guys defending and that could lead to a fault. Two off the over, 116 for 7.
Stop that single there, Jason. Right, what's the over here? Still -8.
More from Jason Mohammed.
He doesn't seem to be as pacey or as fast as Jason. As Hayden Walls Jr. And that's good running. That's 3 runs. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be as fast, Jason Mohammed, as Hayden Walls Jr. and Akil Hussain. He's bowling in good areas, and he has some protection. He has a lot of protection. Skipper Pollard just going into that backward, going just that fine leg position. Mohammed opting to go around, change angles and go around the wicket.
Hey, yes, man.
He hasn't had to face any of the seamers just yet.
Rather that to stop the one, you know, and they didn't come to stop the one there. So you hit it and you back. So that's still one.
Oh! Goodness gracious, that couldn't have been far away from the off stump.
Damn it. Yeah, this is good bowling. Just probably frustrating Matthew Wade a bit, having to pull out a reverse sweep shot.
Still no run, end of the over, 120 for 7.
Let's go, let's move, boys. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Come on.
Don't think any ground in the world seems the same. Much more so this historic facility when spectators are absent because of the pandemic.
Sorry? I don't know.
The ones viewing the game in person are outside of the ground. Last over for Hussein.
White. Give it some more, buddy. Give it some more, buddy.
And again, Zampa have to look elsewhere for runs as that offside is packed.
Good point, Stacey, and that's exactly what Hussein and Pollard want him to do. Because the leg side is only populated with 2 fielders, they want him to try to go against the spin, against the angle of delivery, take the risk.
Little more.
I think he's aware that this is Hussein's last over. So he might just want to play him out, be safe.
Does go against the spin quite nicely. If they can get up to above, let's say 170, just calling a number, it could be more, it could be less, but they'll still feel with the 123 the West Indies were bundled out for in the first game that they're still in with a chance with Stark and company.
But this is good bowling here by Hussein.
Over the off stump, you think, to end a good spell of bowling today from Akeal Hussein. 3 for 30, 122 for 7.
Let go, boys, come on.
Good outing for Akeal Hussein. Always mention the fact that he comes from East Port of Spain. That historically, not too many cricketers come from that part of the capital. That just shaved the off stump.
Just the one. No!
You well know, Stacey, you'll get a few footballers coming out of that side of the capital city, but Akeal Hussein, Carrie Pier, another one, broken the stereotype.
Really good bowlers, Carrie Pier and Akeal Hussein.
White.
Proud product of Port of Spain.
Fatima College transferred from Composite in East Port of Spain to Fatima College, where the influence was very positive on him.
Hey.
Alma mater of Brian Charles Lara, Darren Bravo, amongst others. A Queen's Park Cricket Club member as well. Wonder who bowls from that end, the Joel Garner end to replace Hussein, whether it'll be seam. Zampa hasn't faced any seam bowling so far.
And he seems to be settled. He's 16 off 36 deliveries, so he's giving himself a chance. Maybe a change in pace might just do it for West Indies.
Yeah, man.
Rip. 125 for 7. Cottrell 1 for 15 today. Got a wicket in his first over.
Just as you mentioned, Alzarri Joseph is back in for his third spell.
View of Carlisle Bay. Hilton Hotel in the background. Barbados, for me anyway, unusually quiet. Obviously because of the pandemic. Lights are on. Somebody's home.
This is good. This is a good little partnership. And we've seen this before for Australia. Matthew Wade and Zampa just trying to get themselves to a good target. And all these singles, all those singles count. Not much from the top, but these two partnerships, Philippi and Marsh, 22. Wade and Stark, 51. And now Wade and Zampa of 30. Yeah, this is good for Australia. This is good partnerships for them as they try to recover from those early wickets and get a defendable total. You asked earlier on, and Alzarri is now on to Zampa. This time he's facing a space in his innings.
Well, it would be nice if each team in the world had someone that can bowl in the high 140s, and that's why the West Indies continue to persist with O'Shane Thomas. He is still with the squad, and each day before the game, they've got a tram line of cones set down. And he goes through his routine with Roddy Estwick, top left, and Phil Simmons with the baseball mitt on. And the tram lines are there to try to keep his run-up on track. Very aware of the jiggle. The best way that I can put it, a little snaking in his run as we saw in the T20s and as we've seen over the years. So they're trying to give him that visual guide in his stride patterns so that all his energy can be transferred towards the target. The work continues.
He's a good bowling coach, Roddy Estwick. Would have done some work with myself and a number of West Indies female players as well.
Very well stopped by Pollard. 126 for 7.
Jason. Come on, Jason. I'm fine. You're slacking up. Come on. Doing something, man. Put some presence, man. Come on. Come on. Everybody down there with the line. Come up a bit. Thank you. Ay, ay, ay. Sweet, sweet. Upstairs coming out now.
Well, this is good from Jason Mohammed, just getting on Matthew Wade to try to go at it a bit.
That's not true, man. That's not true. Shady.
This lock sweep is a risk reward. It's a shorter side of the ground, the leg side boundary for Wade, hitting with the wind as well. My goodness. The amount of spin.
Hey. Good seed, good seed.
Just continuing to do what we've seen these spinners. Whew, what we've seen these spinners done so far. Again, some minor adjustments. But that's the bigger side, boundary side. I think the idea will be to get Adam Zampa to play into that leg side.
No. Stuff, Shadow. Good stuff, Shadow.
This is tidy, very tidy from Jason Mohammed.
Get.
One off the over, 128 for 7. Alzari Joseph. Got him. And Matthew Wade is crestfallen on one knee at the crease. He cannot believe what he's done.
He's been doing quite well, Matthew Wade, with that little partnership with him and Zampa, but changing bowler, driven, and Nicholas Pooran will not make a mistake. Disappointment for Matthew Wade. He goes for 36. Australia 128 for 8.
Hey! Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys.
Wezega with an average of 9 in List A cricket. It's interesting, in the first one-day game, we saw the ball not coming on when the West Indies batted. In particular, they were parallel to it, a couple of return catches. That one, Wade driving on the up. Let's have a look at the wicket again. Not quite there, and it's still a dry sort of surface, so to control the ball when you're hitting it on the up takes some precision. Good reward again for Joseph. He loves this ground. Other day you'd say Pooran needed a step ladder to get up there. He's not the tallest bloke. I've said, Stacey, before that this is a big year for this guy. I would have thought he'd be further along in his cross-format career, having done so well at under 19 level, an integral part of the West Indies World Cup, winning under 19 team, as most people know. Just over, just over. And there is where Pooran needed a step ladder.
Yeah, this is good bowling. This is really good bowling, attacking bowling by Alzarri Joseph. It hits the deck, and as it rises, Onega just over Nicholas Pooran, who tried.
I don't think Wezega in those first couple of deliveries has shown, he just stayed leg side of the ball just a touch. Wouldn't be surprised if Joseph goes short. Doesn't go short, but again, Ega standing on leg stump.
Big nice introduction of Yorker line deliveries at him, just to surprise him.
Yeah, you could do that, or you could also say, if I bowl that off-stump line, because he's staying leg side of the ball, it brings the slip and the keeper into play as well on a good length. So a number of options. You're absolutely right. The Yorker is there as well. Over Shell and Cottrell this time. Lovely, fluent offside shot from Zampa. Career best in ODIs for him, 23, 135 for 8.
Real attritional cricket we've seen in this one-day international. Some style from Adam Zampa with the bat. Usually very stylish off the field. Posed after that shot, Sir Curtly Ambrose.
Why would he? It was a rank half volley from Alzarri Joseph. It was close enough to Sheljan Cottrell at mid-off, but eluded him. Cottrell now in the attack again.
Most of the drives we've seen from Australian batsmen have gone uppishly. Some where batsmen were in control, some when they were not in control. Again, just underscoring the challenge of the surface. Variable in pace off the pitch. And it's something that the West Indian batsmen will also think about prior to the start of their innings, which should be sometime soon. We into last phase of the innings. We've seen about 4.6 degree of turn on average in this first innings, so that's another thing that Australia will ponder on.
Just need to bowl just short of a length. Sheldon Cottrell just about off stump. Agar not really getting in line. I reckon if you do that, you could probably nick one to the keeper or that first slip.
Gets all of that. Went in the gap. He was in full control.
Too short from Sheldon Cottrell. Agar just pulling that front foot out of the line and swatting it over square leg for 4.
Solid in defense. Where's Agar? His highest score in first class cricket, 41, so there's substance in his ability to bat.
Because he's staying leg side, Agar, I think Sheldon Cottrell may need to go over the wicket, slide it across him.
Squeezes this one behind point. Another single to Australia, 140 for 8. End of the second power play, and we look to the third power play now. Last 10 overs in the innings. In that second power play, Australia produced 103 runs. The West Indies picked up 5 wickets. How many more can Australia add to this total of 140?
White! No!
Secretly, you've been in this situation on numerous times when you played with 2 wickets remaining in an innings. What would be your approach to dismiss these 2 wickets?
You see the mistake that bowlers make sometimes when they get to 9, 10, 11. You figure they can just maybe blast them out or bowl a couple of Yorkers and knock the stumps over. Sometimes it doesn't work. You need to just maintain your discipline just on a good length. You can still look to get an edge to the keeper or slip if they slip in place, as opposed to try to blast out 10, 11. It may work, but more often than not, it doesn't. Just stick to that normal length.
Just past the fielder in that cover position. Jason Mohammed diving away to his left. And I guess, Curtly, the other thing is the nature of the pitch. That option to blast the opposition out, not really the option here. It's a docile, dry pitch here at Kensington Oval, so you'll probably get better returns if you pitch the ball up and get it on the top of off with the appropriate feel.
Even at last delivery, even it was in the air, it was still too full. Oh, well, that was real sloppy. Sheldon Cottrell, normally a good fielder, really made a mess of it. And Alzari Joseph isn't a happy man, and rightly so. Trevor Penny, the fielding coach, would not be impressed either. Should have only been a single. Turned out to be 4.
Well, to be fair, we haven't seen a lot of blunders in the field by the West Indies. That's a rare blunder. And one has to admire the patience shown collectively by the West Indian bowlers in these conditions.
Still bowling too full. Trying to get the batsman bowled. That isn't the way to go. Just short of a length, on a good length, and I believe he can get an edge. Now, because of that, the slip is being forced out into the short extra cover region. Got to pull the length back.
He's been playing that ball behind point really well. Wezega picks up another run from that shot. 149 feet. Resistance being shown by Australia with the bats. Last 2 partnerships, 51 and 32. Here again, Zampa and Agar producing 21 already with the bats. That's 150 for Australia. They've crawled along and kept accumulating runs.
West Indies wouldn't want them to get too many. It's not the easiest of pitches to bat on. So you don't want them to get too many more. Get to 175, 200 could be a bit of a challenge.
Way too short. Too short from Hayden Walsh Jr. Luckily, Nicholas Pooran is quite quick, so he gets around. Good arm as well for a wicket keeper.
I think the West Indian bowlers at the moment just losing it a little bit. They're not as disciplined as they were for the most part. Much better delivery.
Better length from Walsh Jr. First couple of deliveries, he was quite short, just adjusting, getting a little bit fuller. Haven't seen the type of consistency from him today. Ooh. That's consistency with his control and his lengths. Finishes another one here in Walsh Jr. 152 for 8. At the current rate, Australia will get to 181. They'll also be mindful that in that first one-day international, the West Indies, they were dismissed for 123.
Right.
Fourth separate spell for Sheldon Cottrell. He's been spun around a couple times by Karen Pollard. Just one wicket in the very first over of the innings. Since then, hasn't added to that column. Length being swatted away, but not powerfully timed.
Sheldon Cottrell need to change his line of attack. He's been bowling from around the wicket all along. Nothing much happening for him. Why not go over the wicket the more conventional way? Change the angle.
But a personal best for Agar. Already 19 from 19 deliveries. Previous highest in list A cricket, 16.
He's doing a good job. Nice partnership building. 26 so far from 27 deliveries.
Secondly, what we haven't seen as well is a lot of slower deliveries. Cutters, piece off the ball from the West Indian fast bowlers. And the surface would allow for those sort of deliveries to get grip, lateral movement, maybe induce a false stroke.
It's amazing. We've seen a lot of slow balls in T20 cricket. But in the ODI, not as much. Very, very few.
Would have been good to see Obed McCoy operate on a pitch like this. End of the over, 154 for 8. Seven overs remaining in the innings. Will Australia bat these and add more to this total? Or will the West Indies pick up the remaining 2 wickets? Jason Holder bowled 5 previously. That's exactly what you can expect from Jason Holder. Extra bounce, awkward bounce. I'm also told that throughout this entire innings, the West Indian fast bowlers, they've only bowled 1 delivery. That is less than 120 kilometers per hour. And just reinforcing the point, the underutilization of slow balls.
Yeah, man. Come on. Let's get behind it. Let's get square. Heavy.
Both Agar and Zampa squeezing as much as they can, trying to get Australia to a decent total.
Went short again, Jason Holder. But cannot prevent the boundary. I didn't think he intended it to go in that direction, but Australia, he'll get 4 nonetheless.
Wasn't a bad delivery. Very unfortunate for Jason Holder. He was in no position, Zampa, to play the shot. Went through it anyway. And as I say, fortune favors the brave.
And again, secretly, a short delivery, which the Australians, they've handled quite well. To cover the line, Shea Hope. And from the left-handed Stark. Now, what has he been doing in this short spell? Stark just, again, foolish length. Might have just been shaping in a bit. But surely his speeds will be high. That last delivery, 147 kilometers per hour. Let's appreciate his effort in this spell so far. First over, and speeds from deliveries in excess of 140. 148 on that occasion. 146, that's express pace. Average speed, 146. One of his threats.
It just shows it's not easy out there for West Indies batters.
Shouldering arm, not out, says the umpire. Looked as if it was outside the line of the off stump. He didn't play a shot, so will that tip Australia to review? Alex Carey is not interested.
It also is one of his faster, matter of fact, his fastest, 149 kms. Yeah, just pitching outside that line.
And hitting outside as well. I mentioned his speed as one of his threats. The other, that ability to swing the ball with such excessive speeds. As we predicted, outside the line of the off stump, and the right call being made by the umpire. Wow, that's close, that's given. Was full and straight. Evan Lewis might not review it, he wouldn't, he's walking. He knows it.
And once again, Stark strikes, this time in the third over. But with Evan Lewis standing outside just on leg and making that adjustment, having to walk in, Stark gets him trapped for LBW. Evan Lewis has to go for one. West Indies 10 for 1.
Left-handed Darren Bravo with 4 ODI centuries to his name. One coming off Sri Lanka recently, announcing his return to the West Indies one-day international team.
Yeah, this ball just bowled on a good length, good Yorker length delivery. And of course, that swing again from Mitch Stark. He picks up his first wicket tonight. And Darren Bravo is a new batter in. Again, West Indies maintaining that left-right combination.
Bravo will have another delivery before the over ends. There's so much to love about Mitchell Starc. His pace on that occasion, 146 kilometers per hour, just deceiving Evan Lewis with the angle. He played the wrong line. Might have been expecting a bit of away swing. That didn't happen. The ball just went on straight with the angle. Some flying out the ground. This guy is the real deal. Another wicket for him. And Bravo has to go.
Hey, how good is he tonight, Mitch Starc? Another full-length delivery at the left-hander, taking his off stump. He's enjoying this, Mitch Starc. Darren Bravo has to go without scoring. West Indies, 11 for 2.
Jis Mohammed will hope that he digs in, gets a start, because his team needs him at this point in time. 2 quick wickets to fall. Lewis first, then Bravo. Another pacey delivery from Mitchell Starc, 148 kilometers per hour. That's very quick. Was quite late in getting behind the line of this one. Played the wrong line too.
Yeah, he striked twice in the same over after getting wide balls to both. Those 2 extra deliveries has definitely caused dividends for Australia.
Weziger must remember that he's playing an important role in supporting Mitchell Starc from the other end. Usually pressure is required to continue from the opposite end when you have a bowler that is taking wickets. Sweetly timed. He didn't try to power it. Shea Hope, he'll get 4.
And this is what he does really well, Shea Hope. He knows this ground quite well, being at home. Nicely timed, finds the gap, and gets 4 runs.
It's one of his strengths as a top order batsman. That ability to pick off over pitch deliveries, as we saw on that occasion. He'll have to contend with Mitchell Starc from the other end. These are his wickets. First, Evan Lewis, he was trying to get forward. Didn't get his bat down in time. Bravo didn't get forward. He was on the crease. Couldn't negotiate that one. Only his second delivery face and he had to depart. Just the perfect length on this surface, on that 6-meter mark, is what we discuss. And just went a little bit fuller for the wicket-taking deliveries. Was looking to go a lot straighter, Shea Hope. Jason Mohammed batting at number 4, just one lower than where he batted in that first one-day international. What a really good delivery from Mitchell Starc. That sent his stump cartwheeling.
Yeah, he'll know the importance of getting a partnership here with Hope. And he's quite capable of doing that, Jason Mohammed. A lot of questions have been asked as to why is he selected in front of Hetmeyer. But again, as we said earlier, with that needing that extra bowling option. And then of course he's a batter. So he's going to be expected to stick around and get runs.
Oh.
17 for 2. Already looking like a challenging total for the West Indies. They require a further 171 if they are to win this one and level the series. Two of the top batsmen already in the dressing room, Lewis and Bravo. Shea Hope up against the potent Mitchell Starc. Wide signal. Evan Lewis, he's struggled against Mitchell Starc, hasn't scored a run yet, been dismissed twice in this series by the set bowler. He's not dropped his intensity to Evan Lewis. Nice cluster of deliveries, and then goes full to get him dismissed today. This series, 9 balls to Lewis. Lewis dismissed twice.
And 4 of Mitchell Starc's 8 career 5-wicket hauls have come against the West Indies. Now has 27 wickets against West Indies.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc is the joint 5th highest wicket taker. That's 50 over World Cups. He was the player of the tournament in that 2015 World Cup. Hasn't even played 100 one-day internationals and already 8 5-wicket hauls. Mitchell Starc. Off the mark, Mohammed. Now will feel really good. He gets going. He'll want to produce a big score for his team today.
but it almost seems as though he's much more comfortable bowling at left-handers. The line in which he is bowled against these two right-handers has just been outside off, just offside. And they've been able to, off misfields, been able to pierce the field a bit.
Let's appreciate Mitchell Stark to Evan Lewis. That was in the first one-day international off the leading edge, a good return catch. And today, fast and full. Evan Lewis once more had to depart. There's another fact about Mitchell Stark that is quite interesting. There's only been 3 male and female married couples who've played Test cricket in the history of the game. Mitchell Stark and Alyssa Healy, married couple, alongside 2 others, Roger and Beth Prideaux, who played for England back in the 1950s and 1960s. That's glorious. And I'll tell you about the 3rd couple to play Test cricket. But Shea Hope, that's bread and butter for him.
Yeah, this is perfect from Shea Hope. Just getting that width and carrying his arms through it. He finds the gap with all fielders being in on the circle. He gets 4 runs.
Just to finish off, the 3rd married couple who've gone on to play Test match cricket comes from Sri Lanka. Guy and Rasanjali de Alwis played in the 1980s and 1990s. I know what they talk about in those homes.
I think it's cricket, Darren Ganga.
Indeed, end of the over, 5 gone, 24 for 2.
Alex.
Pressure on Jason Mohammed to produce goods with his primary skill. I guess pressure on all the West Indies batsmen to prove that they are up to the task. You don't get 187, then there's a lot of self-reflection that needs to happen. Good evening, Samuel Badri.
Good evening, Ian Bishop. Good evening to all those who are locked on. This is such an important game in the context of the series. Australia leading this 3-match series 1-0. A win for them tonight would mean that they take the series with an unassailable 2-0 lead. The men in maroon will need to win, will need to find a way to get those runs. Partnership is desperately needed.
It's a dream to get that early in the innings and well put away.
Exceptional shot from Jason Mohammed. A gift really. Full and wide. Just asking to be hit. Skillful enough to put it away all along the ground in the gap. And that will boost his confidence.
Couple more runs, so it's incumbent now on eager to pull his length back slightly.
The discussions after the last game, and perhaps even before, was how critical these initial overs are in terms of not losing too many wickets against the new ball pair.
Does not pull his length back. In fact, he goes fuller. So not great from the bowler, but excellent from Mohammed.
Must be his lucky day. Another gift. And crisply driven. Full toss. Just meets it with the full face of the bat. And again, finds the gap and finds the boundary. So 2 fours in the over. 10 runs so far. Expensive in the context of the game from West Aga. It's all about not losing wickets in the initial part of the game.
"34 for 2. She hopes role has so often been to bat deep in the innings. Critical when in form to this West Indies lineup. He's played with quite a bit of intent in the last over. You must know how integral a member he is. They haven't gone short at him too often just yet. Something that he's still coming to terms with at this level. Slip comes out left of your screen to extra cover.
Well, no Hazelwood tonight. West Aga, given the responsibility with the new ball. And what we saw in that first game was the attack from Mitchell Starc from the one end, trying to get a wicket with almost every delivery. And on the other end, Hazelwood bowled 6 overs for 11 runs. So he was controlling from the other end. A little bit more expensive West Aga, 19 from 3. So just releasing the pressure. Only his second game, so much to learn, much to develop. Excellent performance with the bat, which was key to get to Australia that target of 187. And that's something that the West Indies batsmen can do. You can understand that from one end, it's a little bit easier. It's not easy, but a little bit easier than perhaps if Josh Hazelwood was there. So it's all about resisting this man, resisting Mitchell Stark, not giving him any wickets. But he does test your technique. Mitchell Stark, both right-handers and left-handers. Such a quality performer over a long time. Knows exactly what he has to do. There's also a debut for Riley Meredith, a debutant in the bowling lineup tonight for Australia. So lots of things in favor of the West Indians. Excited to see what he will produce. Very pacey from what we saw in the T20 series. ODI player number 234 for Australia.
35 for 2. Due a score, Nicholas Pooran, but for now, Riley Meredith.
Let's take career, 28 wickets in 22 matches. First spell, first over in one-day international cricket. Nice to see a smile on his face. Has the experience of Mitchell Stark, Josh Hazelwood in the setup. Very expensive in the T20 series. Riley Meredith.
Should be 4. Still, if you, as a purist looking at it, Shea Hope still uncharacteristically going hard at the ball quite often.
Thickish outside edge, the lower portion of the bat, just a one slip in position. Beats the fielder on the third man boundary.
Nice shot. Big side of the ground, but it doesn't really matter. The wonderful shot, the balance key.
Just fell over after having played the shot, Shea Hope, but he did get good contact. Did present a lot of the bat on this one. Really a good, solid technique generally from Shea Hope. Wonderful record in ODI cricket.
That's probably the best of them all. 3 boundaries in this over, but the control of that exemplary.
Just a check drive, really. Again, presenting the full face of the bat. No follow through. The timing, impeccable. An expensive start for Riley Meredith in his first over in one-day international cricket.
Over.
47 for 2. Three boundaries consecutively in the last over. Meredith will learn the value of patience and a sequence of deliveries even in this format. But now Adam Zampa, first ball in the last game, was struck down the ground by Kyron Pollard, who was in at the time. Can he find a better length? His length was too full in the early goings last game.
We did see some turn in the first innings. A slip-in position for him for the right-handed Jason Mohammed.
Oh, that's lovely, Joe. Zobi. Oh.
These two have resisted Mitchell Stark. They've done the hard work, at least part of it.
Got his man. Top class from Zampa and Australia.
Strikes in his first over. Adam Zampa just playing around this one. Jason Mohammed, a googly through bat and pad, just ricochets onto the stumps. And just look at that reaction from Zampa. He knows how important that wicket was. Another failure for Jason Mohammed. He goes for 11 with 47 for 3.
It's a good overall career average for Nicholas Pooran, but his form across formats in 2021 hasn't been where he and many would want it to be. If ever there's a time, it is now.
Adam Zampa did make mention of bowling out a lot of googlies in the night because it's more difficult to read and to pick. His first over already producing a beauty.
Robbie, him across. 45 to him, him across, I come into over the offside. If you want a leg slip, can it be
Batting
45?
from the West Indies again, looking very fragile. And 47 for 3, they need something special.
Let him sweep you straight up. Yeah, like that. Like that. Oh, bowling, Zorby boy. Sweep here, sweep here. Caught you, box, top edge. Hands up. Hey. Oh! Bowling boy.
Has both a leg slip and a regulation slip. One for the googlies and one for the leg spin.
Oh, like it.
47 for 3, successful over for Adam Zampa. A couple of days ago, Samuel Badri caught up with him about that hairstyle.
There's not much of a story behind it, to be honest with you. People have been asking me if I've lost a bet or what's happened, but I've just never seen the shape of my head. I've always had long hair, so I thought with the weather here, it's a bit hot and humid, so good chance to shave it all off.
Can we have a quick look?
You can have a quick look, yeah.
I have the same challenges with regards to long hair and the heat. It's also why I shaved all my hair off as well. Too hot. Riley Meredith is of the same ilk. Just needs to be a touch patient, slightly more patient in terms of his length. Cross seam, he bowls a lot of cross seamers. Bowl the off cutter, but genuine pace on the ball, cross seam as well. It's not an easy area to hit. But I think the same principle of 6 to 8 meters still works for the quick bowler at this stage.
You mentioned that cross seam, sometimes it kisses off the face of the ball, sometimes it hits the seam, bounces a little bit more.
Yeah, nothing is wrong with these two deliveries. It's building a sequence and then working your variation from there. So that's the first delivery. The second one was a touch straighter, but not too dissimilar from that length. And you could go there again. Good take. He's pacey.
He is pacey. That one took off. We spoke about the variable bounce and pace on the surface. Inconsistency. Shea Hope just doing some gardening on the surface. Yeah, that took off. Much improved over from Riley Meredith. Might just put down that first over to a little bit of nerves. That's out of the way now. So he's into his business, into his trade, and building pressure. Such an important part of white ball cricket. Cannot get a wicket every over or every delivery. It's all about building pressure.
Good control over the shot from Shea Hope. 49 for 3.
Last cut, hold it, check your front foot. Check your front foot. No ball, no ball, no ball. No ball.
In fact, if you haven't gone away on a break somewhere, come back. It's a free hit. Auto no ball. Called by the television umpire. Really good addition to the game because the umpires, standing umpires, had too much to concentrate on and would have missed a lot. I know myself from painful memory how no balls can change the course of a game in history.
Yeah.
51 for 3.
Very good set. Put up, mate. Where's Oregon's going the distance tonight?
10 overs completed, so the umpire had the customary twirl of the arms to signal the beginning of the second power play from overs 11 to 40, where 2 additional fielders can drop out of the inner circle.
Yeah, speaking to Adam Zampa earlier, spoke about in the night, especially how difficult it is to pick up the variations of the bowler. 3 deliveries to Jason Mohammed, 3 different variations, and the third one doing the trick.
Still want to bat or 45?
And that comes with experience and so many games that he would have played and picked up that.
Champagne! Come, boys! Full forward, mate!
Obviously, compared to T20s, the batsman has more time. He doesn't have to, in certain situations, in ODIs, attack the leg spinner as much. Still a difficult opponent because of each way movement. She hope caught ball watching. A quick viz analysis of West Indian batsmen who have faced 175 plus balls versus leg spin in ODIs. Only Desmond Haynes averages more than Pooran. Haynes 87, Pooran 84. For whatever it's worth, Patrick has glared at me.
Lads, go lads.
55 for 3.
Oh, lefty, sorry.
55 for 3. Shea Hope
Thank you.
looks like $1 million in the manner in which he's batted. Quite polished, fluent, strong in defense when he's on the attack. Very complete as a player, as you'd expect with someone who averages over 50 in ODI cricket with 10 one-day international centuries. He's joined by another special talent, Nicholas Pooran, just a shy away from averaging 50 in this format. .16 runs away from 1,000 ODI runs, Nicholas Pooran. And it's that strike rate that is so impressive. Over 100 his strike rate.
Averaging 46. That's very impressive in ODI cricket. Of course, he's got 1 century already to his name. Just need to convert some of those 50s into hundreds. Young Pooran.
Well, there are quite a number of West Indies ODI batsmen in this 11 who have impressed in this format. Evan Lewis himself, a couple ODI centuries to him. He's got a magnificent 176 not out against England at the Oval. Pacey, quite pacey. Just took his eyes off the ball at the last moment, Nicholas Pooran.
Bounced a little bit more than he probably anticipated. And that's the nature of this surface. the odd one will always bounce a bit more. Well, that should encourage Meredith a little bit.
Just away from the fielder. He went after it, Nicholas Pooran, after being shaken up a bit in the previous delivery. Could have easily gone to a fielder.
Previous delivery certainly encouraged Meredith. Banged it in short. Pooran didn't get a hold of it and fell agonizingly short of Michelle Stark running in from fine leg. All that effort was in vain in the end. And a wry smile from Meredith saying, yes, you really made a good try.
Both Pooran and Meredith play for the Punjab Kings in the IPL, so they will be familiar with each other. And flew over the wicket-keeper. 5 wides. The West Indies wouldn't mind this. More runs added.
It was a quick delivery. Working up ahead of steam, Meredith. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too high for the wicket-keeper. Went sailing away for 5 wides.
Quite a few short deliveries now for Meredith. Against Deeds 2 at the crease. Will he go for length to a full delivery? Well negotiated by Shea Hope. And as the over comes to an end, 62 for 3. After 12 overs, the West Indies way ahead in terms of runs.
Good delivery. Spun away from Shea Hope.
Just short of the fielder. Was quite intentional from Shea Hope. He was aiming down the ground, just tugged it to the onside. And luckily for him, not into the hands of that fielder in the mid-on region.
Playing against a spin at that time. Got away with it, but it was dangerous. I think Shea Hope got to be careful here. He's reaching out. Probably needs to wait that fraction of a second more. Let the ball come to him as opposed to lunging out to meet it.
Should be a couple of runs. First delivery of this Zampa over. Spun away from Shea Hope, and that's a challenge when you're batting in the night. Sometimes as a batsman you can't see the seam of the ball and which direction it's turning, so I could understand Shea Hope having that intent to play, get bat out in front of pad. Doesn't want the delivery to angle into him. Just there, head and hands forward, and he pinches a single. Good stuff from the right-hander.
When he's playing well, it's a wonderful player to watch. especially his offside strokes.
Oh!
69 for 3. Required rate 3.2. The West Indies need 119 more. Real intent being shown by Shea Hope. Already 38 from 41.
I think he's got strapping.
Mitchell Stark once again with that new ball, picking up 2 quick wickets for Australia, 2 for 11 from his 4. Alex Carey will want to use his remaining 6 effectively for wicket taking. And he's gone for Ashton Turner, the right-arm off spinner. Hasn't bowled a lot recently. He was nursing an injury to that right arm. And here he is now. Will start round the wicket to the right-handed Shea Hope. Secretly Ambrose, good move to get Ashton Turner on.
Yeah! Certainly was a good move. Second delivery in ODI cricket for Ashton Turner. And he's gotten a wicket as well. Celebrations for Australia. Outfoxed Shea Hope, who advanced down the wicket, missed it completely and was bowled. Shea Hope is gone for 38. West Indies 69 for 4. And at this time, we'll take a Blue Waters drinks break.
Is there another bail? Oh, sorry. IT.
Aaron Pollard. First delivery.
Slip, please. Slip.
Showing his intentions.
This is the reason why Pollard is here. Probably playing for a bit of turn, Shea Hope. But the ball just went straight on with the angle and cleaned him up.
No turn from Turner. A master stroke from Alex Carey, the captain. This is his first over in one-day international cricket. Yes, he's bowled in list day cricket. Doing exactly what his captain would have wanted.
Catch it! Well done. JJ, moving, mate. Well done. Nice pan. JJ. Oh!
So again, the West Indies are struggling a bit in terms of showing stability at the top of the order with the bat.
Catch it!
Captain Pollard played a good innings in that first ODI. Got a half century.
Nice, mate.
Certainly needs another one today to try and get his team over the line. 188 is the target. A single to finish over number 14, 72 for 4.
Yeah, I want. Yeah. Up. Need 45.
Blend of spin and pace doing the job for both teams. Keel Hussain with 3 wickets, Alzari Joseph 3. Already spinners in this Australian team with a wicket. Ashan Turner and Adam Zampa, 2 of the 4 wickets.
The other 2 going to the impressive Mitchell Stark. Both with good pace. Got the ball to swing as well.
So quickly, I looked at this group of players in and around this West Indies one-day international team, and I looked at the form of this man on screen, Karen Pollard. He's been exceptional with the bat in the last 2 years in both T20 cricket and 50-over cricket. But not exceptional today. Deceived by beauty from Zampa. And he's been cleaned up.
More trouble for West Indies. Trying to play on the onside against the turn. Captain Pollard missed it completely and was bowled. He's gone for 2. West Indies in trouble. 72 for 5.
Jason Holder has a highest score in ODI cricket of 99 not out. No centuries yet. 3 wickets to fall for 25 runs for the West Indies.
I reckon.
Looks to be the googly. Very well bowled. Captain Pollard didn't pick it. Celebrations for Australia.
Ready on, Rizza. Ready on, Riz.
Jason Hall is now at the crease, an experienced campaigner. Comes in at a time where his team really need him to step up. didn't get any in the first ODI. Certainly need to get some tonight.
Two wickets for Adam Zampa. Boy, he loves a challenge, loves the ball against the big name players. Got the wicket of Karen Pollard, and now he is bowling to Holder. Just before Karen Pollard was dismissed, I was making the point that he averages in the mid-30s in both T20s and one-day international. I just feel he has a larger role to play with the bat in this West Indies team. Maybe bat at number 4 and just split the two left-handers, that of Hetmeyer and Nicholas Pooran, who I believe are the two guys that should be groomed in this West Indies ODI team to bat and score centuries. This is what we've seen from Shea Hope, from Darren Bravo to a lesser extent.
I agree. That's why it's a bit surprising to me that Hetmeyer is not in this final 11. I thought Hetmeyer would have been in ahead of Jason Mohammed.
Was bat on that one. Optimistic appeal from Zampa, but an attacking field pressure on Jason Holder. Brilliant stuff from Adam Zampa. A wicket and just 2 runs conceded. 74 for 5.
Good. Yeah. Good. Need a good cover. Maybe go to mid-wicket, mate. Come over to cover. Up there. Slate this way. Slate. Yeah. Thank you. Stay stuck. Oh, bowling. Nice that. Caught you, Mark. Want to turn a bit more? I'm in the game there, AT.
Yeah, this man has to get into the habit of scoring ODI centuries.
Down. Yes, Mark.
He's more than capable, Nicholas Pooran.
That's a brilliant piece of fielding.
AT.
Mitch Marsh in that extra cover region. That certainly would have been 4 had the ball gotten past him.
Okay. Want me for that drifter? Put up, please. Slate. Yes. Good wicket, boss. Ball is right down the road.
Nicholas Pooran, lots of talent.
Normal square leg.
750s and the solitary 100 to his name. Just need to convert a few more 50s into 100s.
Oh, yes, AT. Got him on the chalk there, AT. Oh, yeah, you look good in there, Zanky boy. Go, lads, go, lads.
But so quickly, we were talking about West Indian batsmen and what they've achieved in ODIs. Quite a number of players with strong, solid career averages in ODIs.
Oh, yes, in the game there, mate. Ball.
77 for 5. I look at those players. Shea Hope averaging over 50. Karen Pollard himself and Jason Holder in the 20s. Nicholas Pooran a touch away from 50. And then you have those averaging mid-30s. Evan Lewis. Aaron Bravo, 30. Raymond Hetmeyer as well, not on that list, mid-30.
Was Mo up? Was Mo up?
Shea Hope leading the pack with his
Was Mo up or not?
tally of just over 3,500 runs.
Has been brilliant in ODI cricket, Shea Hope. I just want to see him transform or transfer that form into Test cricket. He's good enough, but for some reason just can't seem to excel in Test match cricket.
That's it.
I mentioned Adam Zampa loving a challenge. Today he bowled 2 balls to Karen Pollard. One spun away, one came in, the wrong on. Pollard picked it, was trying to flick to leg, missed it completely.
Down.
And it tells you something about a player's character when they could bounce back from a tough day's play. Pollard took him to the cleaners in the previous match, 30 runs from just 14 balls. And today, it was his day to get the big man out.
And that's what it's all about. You have days when you're going to be taken out, and then you'll have days where you get the better of that same batsman, like what happened this evening.
Whitey gives it Rizza for a couple. Then we still got 6 to start. We get 1.
It's always a nice feeling for any bowler when you sort of get a revenge, if you want to use that word.
I'm sure you never had that experience so quickly, Ambrose. You are always on the winning side.
Not always, but mostly.
17 gone, 81 for 5.
Another 107 required by the West Indies. Deliveries to come, not an issue, but Australia keep prizing wickets out. He so often does, as he did in the first one-day international. Mitchell Starc with the old ball switches ends. Wind will be coming across his right shoulder towards his left as he runs in. That means that he can use his angle very well across the right-handed batsman. With the new ball and old ball, He's an ever-present threat, Stacey Anthony.
These are his 2 wickets. Evan Lewis first up. And Darren Bravo convincingly bowled for his 2nd wicket.
I loved his wife, Alyssa Healy, after he got the 5-wicket haul in the first game, just went on to social media with an emoji with a plaster and a zip across the lips. That's all she posted. Nothing else needed to be said.
Australia have literally stormed their way back into this game.
Thank you.
They've taken wickets at crucial times against this West Indies batting lineup. They'll need a good partnership. Just need to stick around and occupy the crease. And things like this can happen. Misfields, 2 runs. This is a good test for Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder. 2 batters who are capable. But we need to see those runs. We need to see a good partnership. West Indies fans know what they can do. They know their potential. But potential is only so much when scores are not there.
When you look at the way Stark bowls with the new ball, you'd expect at his pace, and once the ball is swinging, you can probably look at the Bravo and Lewis dismissal and think, yep, that's my new ball bowler. But I'd look at maybe the Pollard dismissal, a delivery that wasn't quite there. You could have easily defended it. I'd look at the Shea Hope dismissal, the 2nd ball from Ashton Turner. Stark aiming for the type of dismissal that he got against Pooran last game, LBW. 86 for 5.
On the 1 there, please, Riz, on the 1.
Adam Zampa has been very impressive. Similar to what Akil Hossain did for West Indies during their bowling innings.
catch it. That's obey.
Yeah, this is good batting by this pair. This takes that total down to 99 more required from 188 balls.
Zampa could pull his length back fractionally. It's the challenge bowling to a short batsman, a batsman of short stature, and then the other extreme once a strike turns over in the 6'7" Jason Holder. But if he could just get his length into that 4-meter area, that's not too bad. I want to build up our viewers' interest, pique their interest in what I thought when I talked about Kyron Pollard facing Zampa in the first game and Zampa getting his length much better today. Very subtle. Guys downstairs are working on it. It's worth a look.
Boys, 6 plays, come on.
See, that's too full. Too easy for the tall Jason Holder. 91 for 5.
Minus 13 minutes.
West Indies way ahead of where Australia were at a similar time and even a wicket better off. All right, so everyone looking on from afar. We'll get our illustration to you after this ball. And here's what I'm talking about. As soon as Zampa came on in the first game, Pollard struck him down the ground. The length was a touch too full. These are the boundary balls. Pollard deliberately went after him. But it just needed a subtle pulling back of the length. Look at this. Just a subtle pulling back of the length was enough to breach the little half push. These are the little adjustments.
Yeah, that was perfect from Adam Zampa. At least it shows that learning. It shows that after being smacked, because you're in Pollard's line and his length, you're in that reach, he was able to adjust his length.
Been around a long time, Stacey Ann, so he understands this. He used to wear number 63 years ago. He changed it to 88. 63, of course, was what the late Philip Hughes, a colleague of his, was on when he was unfortunately struck down.
But this is good between Holder and Pooran. They're making that extra effort to play within those V's along the ground. Pick up singles, pick up twos once there's a misfield. Yeah, but their eyes need to be open for that short ball, that short, quicker ball from mid-stack. So we all know the damage he can do with that swinging or quicker ball. And then, of course, if there's fielding like this, then it becomes a bit easier. Mitch Stark isn't pleased with that.
And short ball is something that teams talk about bowling to Jason Holder. There's a fine leg and a deep backward square. Because I think quite often, right of your screen, he was caught down there the other night because he kind of hooks and pulls from a low back cliff up into the ball and sometimes struggles to keep it down.
And that's the bigger side of this ground as well, because that backward square player, he's actually off by a couple meters.
.93 for 5.
Two, please. Come back a little. Two. Thank you. Next. Nicholas. Thank you.
Change of bowling. Wes Agar comes in.
Terrific stop.
Yeah, this was nicely driven by Nicholas Pooran. A nice diving save by Enriques.
In the end, they get there safely. But there was a lot of yes, no, mid-pitch shake hands and complete it.
Yeah, it's understood that they need to take singles, they need to rotate the strike, but communication. Yes, yes, no, no, but it's just a good thing that that fielder would have been off balance. Would have been in some trouble. Much better between these two, Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder.
For however long it goes on, this is smart cricket. because you're so far ahead of the run rate. You'd think Australia need to bowl you out to win the game. That's why I didn't quite understand the Sheho dismissal, not only him, but the type of player that he is, but still so much work to do.
I think that's an area, not just Shehu, but a number of, especially younger West Indies batters, need to work on. Yes, they have the power, they have the strength to clear the boundaries, but in times like this, when you're already ahead of things, how do you apply yourself and just stick around and just suck up overs as it may be? We would have seen that with Australia within their last couple overs. They've lost wickets, but they stayed there and just kept nagging, kept building that pressure against West Indies bowlers.
Very good to end the over, 97 for 5. It's a good point Stacey and King makes. Australia were 45 for 6. Their last 4 wickets added 142. Zampa and Wade initially. Stark and Wade added 51. Zampa and Wade 32. Zampa and Agar 59. And it wasn't all done in a rush, so Mitchell Marsh into the attack belatedly. He can hustle you sometimes quicker than you think when he's in good rhythm. Just to the point that Stacey Ann King was making, I like the point because we've spoken ad infinitum about that, and in the media we are to blame as well here in the Caribbean. We glorify the obvious boundary hitting and 6 hitting ability of West Indians, but if you can add to your game a subtlety of maneuvering the ball, then the opposition is caught in between. They don't know where you will go from game to game. And it's something that they desperately need to grasp and get a hold of. It's been a while.
Yeah, it definitely shows growth, it shows maturity, and it shows responsibility, most important. Mitch Marsh only scored 8 when he batted. But when he bowls a number of variations. He also rolls his finger across the ball to get that slower and cutter.
That's nice. You see, that's about hip height. And so it was easy for Holder to hit it in front of square. Lovely shot. 100 comes up.
Yeah, this was good. Just good position, good picking up of the line, and very well dismissed.
Could be 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries for Holder.
Yeah, this is good by Jason Holder. Just flicking this one off his pad. And fine leg is much squarer than normal. So he gets 4 runs. Second boundary in a long time for West Indies.
Being wrong with that length or line, 105 for 5.
Thank you.
Much needed partnership of 33 building. Wasiga will be searching for his first wicket.
In my analysis of Nicholas Pooran, there are 2 shots that I think he has to learn more about. That one, that punch, he's a short-statured player. On bouncy pitches that force off the back foot. As a bowler myself, I enjoy when a batsman tries to do that. Brings the outside edge, inside edge into play. And the short ball is still a work in progress for him. A little bit of bounce at him early in his innings, not for the first time off Riley Meredith. Ball got big on him time and again. I've seen this from him. Fortunately, it fell short of start. So I've talked about this on air before, that it's his judgment needs to get better and sharper against those 2 deliveries. Still young, still learning.
Been trying to play this shot for some time, Nicholas Pooran, and he gets it this time around. With those pull shots, is it that he does not get into position quite early? Is it that, again, you mentioned his height? Is it that the pace just comes on, rushes on to him too quickly?
A good question. I'll come back to it after this ball if nothing happens. For me, it's a shot that I think is Kane Williamson, New Zealand's captain, is someone that plays it as well, but someone that I think, if I were bowling at Kane, I've mentioned this on air live before, that it's an area of weakness for Kane Williamson. I think he was out that way in the World Test Championship. I think you have to be a better judge of the length. The good batsman will know if it's a touch shorter than what is ideal based on the bounce or lack thereof in the pitch. You do not play. It's fraught with risk. It's not a judgment I could make, but these guys are so much better than I ever dreamed of. 106 for 5.
I'm going to bring another twist at you, Bish. How about, because of his height, Nicholas Pooran, of course, wearing the helmet, there's a bit of a cap to the front. And as a shorter player, when you look up, your vision is slightly cut off. How about just not playing those shots just yet? And as you said, looking at the line and the area in which you are strong enough to play it up.
Yeah, I hear you. Peek of the helmet. And to your point, I would say batting is about judgment. I remember batting in a test match with Jimmy Adams, former West Indies captain, at the Antigua Recreation Ground against New Zealand's Danny Morrison a few years back. And he was pulling and batting superbly. He got 100, or was it a double? But there was one particular short ball with a new ball that before he got into position, the keeper had it. Thousand ODI runs to Nicholas Pooran. And so the judgment of length, the judgment of line, because you've got a fraction of a second with this ball coming at you. And Pooran, I think, has that ability to judge what he should leave, not hook at, when to do it, and when to go after it based on conditions. It's a tough task. I don't envy batsmen. Batters.
Yeah, I think the importance is just being able to play that shot or play that pull shot, being able to see, making sure that it's in line of sight. But he's still here, Nicholas Pooran, and that single brought up his 1,000 ODI runs.
Third fastest West Indian. 4 runs. So this has gone along, this partnership, pretty well. 39 from 56 balls, but wickets lost are a factor.
Yeah, this was genuinely guided. Using the pace of it, Jason Holder, and just running it down to that third man position. Third man is a bit squarer, so he gets 4 runs.
Tolerate me for one more ball. Said he's the third fastest. Scribes around the world. Who is ahead of him? Who are the two in terms of innings play? Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, one of the greatest ever in 21 innings, and Sir Cuthbert Greenwich, Gordon Greenwich, whose name adorns the stands here with his opening contemporary Desmond Haynes. 112 for 5.
Decent allowances, I would have thought.
Partnership of 40 between these two, Pooran and Holder. Adam Zampa makes a return from the Joel Ghana end. 2 for 22 from 6 overs. Just feel that his remaining 4 overs along with Stark's, those 8 overs between them, will be quite crucial in the context of this game. The West Indies batsmen can resist those 2. Then they'll be in a good position, a good enough position. Clearly, the Australian captain Alex Carey is a little bit wary of how this partnership is going. He's brought Adam Zampa back for the sole purpose of trying to get a wicket. Needs another wicket. Nicholas Pooran has a good record against leg spin bowling. So he'll be very confident against Zampa, but Zampa is skillful. He has a good googly. Danganga, useful partnership between these two.
Two wickets, Adam Zampa throughout the series. He has been a big wicket taker for Australia this game, getting 2 massive wickets for his team. What he has done is bowl attacking lines and lengths and try to put the opposition batsmen under pressure.
The obvious plan for the West Indian batsmen will be to bat through these 50 overs, and you just feel that if they are able to do that, they're going to win this game. It doesn't matter if they win in the 50th over or the 40th. What is important that they win to keep this series alive. Remember, they are behind 1-0 in this 3-match series, so all to play for in this one. Adam Zampa just makes an adjustment in the field. The long on comes to mid on, asking Jason Holder to go against the spin. He might just bowl a googly.
The reason why I've mentioned that he hasn't been a massive wicket taker, he only took 4 wickets in the T20Is. Just a solitary wicket in that first one-day international. It's only today, 2 for 24. He's been on top of his game. I also feel, as a captain, when you've got a wrist spinner in your team, you've got to manage him properly in terms of when you use him and how long you use him for. Short spells with attacking fields, that's the right way to go if you want to take wickets and get wickets out of wrist spinners.
A rip at the end. Good over, good return for Zampa. At the halfway stage, the West Indies 114 for 5. West Indies comfortably ahead, both in the runs count and the wickets count, losing 1 less at this stage, at a similar stage. But the Australians had some really good partnerships with the lower order. No longer do we say tail enders in the modern day. The lower order, we saw what they could do with the bat. The West eager, only his second one-day international, 41. Adam Zampa, Mitchell Stark, everyone showed good fight, and that's what you expect from an Australian team every time they step on the field. Quick single directed, needed. That would have been very close. Bit of a hesitation between Jason Holder and Nicholas Pooran. Matthew Wade in the outfield. Wasn't able to hit. It would have been gone. would not have been ideal for the West Indies. That's not what they want at this stage. Partnership has been really good, 43. They want to get as close as possible to that score, if not all the way. Slip in for Jason Holder. By the Kensington Oval in beautiful Barbados. Always a idyllic location, whether it is for the beaches, the culture, the cuisine. Warm and friendly people, they know how to have a good time. Cultural amalgam in this part of the world. Good batting.
Mitchell Marsh cannot be underrated as a medium pacer. He's picked up crucial wickets throughout this tour for Australia in the T20Is. Alex Carey will be hoping that he can prize a wicket here for him. 1 wicket in that first one-day international as well.
In there, falls safely. Does have protection in the deep.
And for guys like Mitchell Marsh, the reason why they are so successful is as a batsman, when you face the likes of Mitchell Starc, Josh Hazlewood, you just feel that with a bowler of lesser pace, you can take a few more risks. That is where you get yourself into trouble already. Jason Holder feeling as if he can take the attack to Mitchell Marsh. But he also does, Mitchell Marsh, he rolls his fingers across the seam of the ball, and on a dry surface, ball might just grip a little bit extra. It's not a slow delivery. It's a cutter, which is quite different, where a bowler uses the seam to try and extract some degree of lateral movement from the surface, maybe some extra bounce as well.
Sent back. 5 singles in that over. 26 gone, 119 for 5. Partnership continues to blossom for the West Indies. 69 needed from 144 balls, so the required run rate is not of concern. Just about spending time out in the middle, rotating the strike whenever the opportunity presents itself, but most importantly, keeping your wickets intact. And with every run that is scored, Australian captain Alex Carey will become more and more anxious and will have to call on his trump card, Mitchell Starc. The other trump card, Adam Zampa, is on at the moment. Just having a quick discussion with Enriquez, very experienced campaigner. Nicholas Pooran, the field, long on, long off, deep backward square and sweeper. Slip still in position, so still searching for that wicket. Well, that was a gift. Short. stood up and dispatched by Nicholas Pooran. Brings up the 50 partnership between these two. You wouldn't get it easier than that.
Well, Nicholas Pooran prides his white ball game on his ability to play spin. He's quite confident when facing any spinner. Feels he has the ability to change gears at his own will. Just suspect he'll try to do that against Zampa here. 51 between these two, a partnership coming at a crucial time for the West Indies.
Before that previous delivery, he had a long off in position. After the 4, there's a deep backward square now on a deep mid wicket. He's bowling wrong the wicket as well, Adam Zampa. First time in this spell, he's opted for that. Straight to him, dropped it. Moses Enriquez just been brought in from long off to mid off. And it was smacked straight to him, in and out.
Nearly working for the Australians, only themselves to blame. Well, this man in particular. Enriquez couldn't hold on, in and out. And a life for Nicholas Pooran. How will he use it?
Well, he hits this one along the ground and gets a 4. That's the way you should be treating with these deliveries, Nicholas Pooran.
I just get a sense that he was targeting this over from Zampa. Pooran, accustomed to playing in the T20 format and using bowlers like Zampa to good effect to increase run scoring. Such a fine line with going on the attack and risking your wicket as well.
And that is such an important point that you just raised there, Darren. The two bowlers, in my estimation, who are really a threat, Mitchell Starc and Adam Zampa on the night. And if you can get past those two, with all of the experience that these guys have, you think that West Indies will be in pole position. Gets the 2. It's all about situational awareness, match awareness. 27 gone, 129 for 5.
I also reckon there would have been a discussion with Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder for Pooran to take more strike when Zampa is bowling. Left-hander getting the ball spinning into him as against away from Jason Holder.
So 59 now, required from 138 deliveries. Just want to continue to bring that down, this West Indian pair. See that separation from the Worms. West Indies in a good position, just about keeping their wickets intact. Riley Meredith back into the attack. This one, will it go all the way? It does go all the way. Against the wind, towards the longer side of the boundary. Might be a case of an injury as well. Doesn't look too good. Looks like Ben McDermott just crashes into those advertising boards. Might just be his ankle, holding that right ankle.
There was a loud thud as he made contact with the advertising board. Luckily, it just imploded, so would have absorbed that impact from McDermott going into the board. Ball going way over the boundary line, just there. Skidded a bit on the covers. That's why his ankle will be the major concern. That right ankle will be attended to, and hopefully he'll be fine to resume his place on the field.
Yeah, never good when something like that happens. Already, Aaron Finch ruled out of the first 2 games due to injury. That's the last thing that this Australian camp will want. Evan Lewis once again going early to Mitchell Stark. And Shea Hope got a start. Darren Bravo, first ball duck. And Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder really holding things together. The wickets to have fallen. Evan Lewis pulling straight from Mitchell Stark. Not much doubt there. And then that beauty off stump ripped out. And Jason Mohammed didn't pick that googly. Adam Zampa in the game quite early. Shea Hope ran past one from Ashton Turner. Very crucial wicket. And then the big one. Karen Pollard, another Adam Zampa googly. Just rattles the stumps. Since then, it's been all Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder. Seems to be just hobbling a bit, which isn't too bad. Hopefully all is well with Ben McDermott. Biggest partnership for the West Indies, biggest partnership in the game so far. Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder. Darren Ganga, when does Alex Carey turn to Mitchell Stark? Look at that, 2 for 17, has 4 overs left. Can't leave it too late.
Well, Australia, they've relied a lot on Adam Zampa. 4 wicket taking, 2 for 34. He bowled with guile, good control. Stark, his success in terms of wickets came very early in that first spell. Ashton Turner picked up the prize wicket of Shea Hope when he was well set. Maybe just a rush of blood, some overconfidence from Hope. You mentioned Mitchell Stark and how crucial his overs would be. You also did mention the impact of Adam Zampa. And I take your point about him being a threat, but I think what we saw from Nicholas Pooran in the last over when 10 runs were scored would have put a little bit of a concern into the mind of Alex Carey. Now we would be thinking about other options, other bowling options that can produce wickets.
Well, Adam Zampa did produce a wicket-taking opportunity. And one was hit straight to Enriquez. Unfortunately for the Australians, in and out. And that's exactly what Alex Carey and the Australians were searching for. Zampa to pick a wicket. Now some of the other bowlers will have to step up.
What has also worked well for the West Indies is the fact that their scoring rate generally higher than than Australia in their innings. At the moment, the West Indies scoring at 4.9, just under 5. Australia, they scored at 3.9, so Australia will know that the West Indies won't need the full complement of 50 overs if they are to go on to win this one.
Short and fast from Meredith. Did hit him on his helmet, so we'll have to go through those concussion protocol. Jason Holder seems to be quite okay. But these protocols are in place, and we'll have to go through with them. It's been a good partnership between these two. Jason Holder continuing to demonstrate his all-around skill. Boundaries through the one side, a couple fortuitous ones as well. Nicholas Pooran against leg spin has been really good. And that one was hit with authority through the offside. And then this one with disdain all the way for 6. 2 fours for Pooran, 3 fours for Holder, and that solitary 6. Just a reminder that this is the second one-day international. Australia lead this 3-match series 1-0, having won the first. T20 is done and dusted. West Indies won that 4-1. The final ODI will be played on Monday. It just might be the series decider. Depends on how this game ends.
Although so far he's looked very comfortable out in the middle. Achieved quite a number of great things at this venue. Jason Holder, when he was captain of the West Indies Test side, scored a double century against England right here at Kensington Oval. Batting to come, Alzari Joseph, Hayden Walsh Jr., Il Hussein, the old can bat.
Yes.
Well negotiated by Nicholas Pooran. 28 gone, 137 for 5. And we'll have a Blue Waters drinks break.
The players have been rehydrated, all set to resume. Some 22 overs remaining. In this innings, Australia won the toss and decided to bat first. Got to 187. Wes Yeager, that number 10 position, top scored with 41. 3 wickets for Akil Hussein and Alzari Joseph. The West Indies in reply, 137 for 5. Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder stitching together a very good partnership.
Come on.
So 51 from 132 balls. Australia will need to bowl the West Indies out to win this game and seal the series. And this partnership now worth 66. It's the highest 6-wicket partnership at the Kensington Oval. Previous highest 61 between Ridley Jacobs and Brian Lara versus South Africa in 2001. For those of you who are statistically minded.
Right, Alex Carey has an opportunity to attack Jason Holder a little bit more than against Nicholas Pooran.
Short and dispatched. Angling down the leg side and too easy for Jason Holder. Not the line that Zampa would be looking for.
Holder doesn't really commit himself onto the front foot. Look how deep he is inside his crease, which allows him to pick the length and to give himself enough time to play the ball square of the wicket. That was essential in him getting that boundary.
This time a full toss. And with mid-on in position, he just had to clear that man. And he did that quite easily. Consecutive boundaries for Jason Holder.
Didn't the other night, we're 12 minutes behind.
And as expected, when you go short, the bowler usually tries to make the adjustment by going full,
Funny game, mate.
and too full on that occasion.
Zorbi, this one, Planet, come on.
So 42 required now, required run rate under 2. So no issues there. Just about understanding what is required in this stage. Huge shot for LBW. Would have been the googly he's given him, and he's reviewed it immediately. Jason Holder.
Thanks, Joel. Review for LBW. TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision given is out. Fair delivery already established. Can we move on to front on, please? Front on coming up. There seemed to be a deviation. Yeah, I'm gonna go to ball, sorry, to ultra edge just to confirm. Seemed to be a deviation from bat. Yeah, I'm satisfied there's a deviation from the bat onto the pad. I'm gonna go back to Joel on field. Joel, I'm gonna ask you to change your decision from out to not out. You're on screen now.
And once again, umpire Joel Wilson has to reverse a decision inside edge onto the pad. And Jason Holder knew immediately. He'll shout again. Might be height the issue this time. Already scored 9 runs in the over, Jason Holder.
Now that shot to me indicates that Jason Holder is a little bit worried about Adam Zampa and the risks that he poses. Just trying to hit his way out of the situation. That's what's required. Just see him out. Don't take any risks. 29 gone, 146 for 5.
Ben is coming back. It doesn't matter. Sorry? They're going to get 40. Yeah. They get 40 runs if like 9 overs. Nah, they're still 10:05. Oh, an hour. Okay. Come on, Reg. Thank you.
That's well left by Pooran. Wouldn't be surprised if Riley Meredith embarks on a little bit of a short ball plan against the 2 batsmen. Hello, Stacey-Ann.
Yeah, even though it's a good partnership for West Indies, an important one at that, there's still a lot of time in this game for Australia. But the batting competency between Pooran and Holder has been spot on. We're just having a quick chat, Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder. It's probably a reminder of just 40 more runs to go.
Have to dodge and weave the short ball if it comes as well. Brilliant running. Before we came off air the last stint, you talked about exactly this, the ability to use soft hands and deflections and pick up singles, and these two showing the skill is there.
It's all about trusting your partner. So once he calls, in this case, Nicholas Pooran is the one going to the striker end, Jason Holder. Longer legs going to the non-striker end.
Good running again. Pooran almost got his front leg too far across. He did actually get too far across the line of the ball. Ended up playing around his pad. One 1-5-1 for 5.
Helmets come out as Mitch Stark comes back in for his last spell.
Important spell here for Stark. As you've heard from Stacey Ann before, it's gone back to his original end. be looking to get an early sense of if there's anything happening with the ball. Alzari Joseph to come next with Ronald Rogers, the trainer. At the bottom there is Hayden Wards Jr. sitting. Stacey, and as we look around this wonderful historical facility, refurbished for the 2007 Cricket World Cup in the Caribbean, a lot of very modern stands. The management company trying to embark on a new initiative of selling naming rights for Kensington Oval. If you think about Emirates Old Trafford in the UK, Supersport Park in South Africa, Ageas Bowl, the Kia Oval in London, they're trying to embark on a new revenue stream, and so it's been put out there, or will soon be put out there for tender to see what it can attract, and I hope it attracts a lot, because of the history of this facility. Doesn't take anything away, so it's an initiative the management company are hoping to embark on. We wish them well. Of course, these will remain the same. Sir Garfield Sobers Pavilion, Coppin, Cozier and Short Media Centre. Various administrators, of course, the late Tony Cozier, whose son Craig works with us as the producer here. Excellent producer. Greenwich and Haynes stand. As a lower order batsman myself, had the misfortune of being involved in a few partnerships to try to save or win a game, and some of the things that I would have talked about, for example, batting with Sir Richie Richardson and a couple of partnerships during our time at the Gabba in the early 90s. Let's take it down to 30. 5 more, any which way. Remember a test match at the Gabba in the early 90s where we were capitulating and we had to bat out the last day to save it. And I had to bat for almost 2 hours with Richie. One guy messaged me later on from Australia. He said, when I saw you walk in, I just went to the supermarket. I thought I'd pick up my groceries, and by the time I came back, the match would be over. He said, my goodness, I came back 2 hours later and you were still there batting. What is wrong with you? Sabina Park 1990. Richie forced me to hit a 4 of the last ball to win the game against England. He shunted the responsibility. I'll not forget you, Richie. 153 for 5.
Change the bowler. Draft 2, please. Yes. Thank you.
Good memories. Ian, I think these two West Indies players, Pooran and Holder, may be trying to, they're on par to create memories as well. Level the series with a win in tonight's game, hopefully.
Ashton Turner got the wicket of Shea Hope with the second delivery that he's bowled. Excellent bit of grip and spin. In his under 19 days, his bowling almost superseded his significance of batting, but he's had some shoulder injuries in recent times. Which has sort of curtailed his bowling activity, and his batting has superseded in his mature years his bowling.
Which is also interesting for Australia because they opted to play just one of their more known spinners, which is Adam Zampa, and using Turner just as a part-time because he hasn't bowled in any other ODIs. This is his debut. In 7 matches, he has not bowled in ODIs, and again because of those injuries.
Come on, IT. Come on, boy.
So this is good from him. I guess this is what was expected by Alec Carey.
Good running again. He said for a while now, he actually said, I think yesterday or the day before in an interview, he's been preparing to bowl. He wants to bowl. But he hasn't been given the opportunity until tonight. Second ball, first over, poor shot.
Yeah, he picked up that vital wicket of Shea Hope, who did all the hard work. Just premeditated and gave away his wicket.
I think once, if you're Shea Hope, and I couldn't tell Shea how to bat really, but if someone new comes on, an off spinner from round the wicket, you may not have faced him before, but you will know of his reputation. There are 2 ways he'll get you out. The angle past your outside edge is one you have to look for. Goodness me, I thought he was giving that the charge there. 156 for 5.
Thank you.
Is that shot again? Not so much off the back foot, but more off the front foot this time.
And as we spoke about earlier as well, the pace in which Mitchell Stark comes through with. Might just be getting in line a bit late, Nicholas Pooran. And that's good running, good awareness. between these two again.
Just to refer to that conversation, 30 required. So if nothing happens at the end of the over, they'll probably come up to each other, Holder and Pooran, and say, let's go for 5 more risk-free runs. Time is not an issue.
Yeah, they've literally done all the hard work. So absolutely no need to give it away here. Just continue doing what they've been doing before.
158 for 5.
Let's go, guys. So, you have a slip to the left-hander? Oh, no, right-hander, right-hander. Slip out there. Spinning? In the game, though, isn't it? Is the left-hander on strike? No, the right-hander's on strike. Is there another one back? Where was AJ? Let's go, Jay, Nick. Let's go. Hey! Hands. Got AT.
Should be a couple of runs, which will take Jason Holder to 49.
Good, mate. Come on, AT. Come on, lads. Wait, Whitey. Good, Whitey.
Yeah, this is good
Come on,
batting.
boys.
This is
Come on,
good,
boys.
sensible batting.
Very welcome half century for Jason Holder. Very important time, his 10th in one-day internationals. And ironically, his last one came against Australia in the 2019 World Cup at Trent Bridge.
AT. Ashton. Go 19.
Two is the call. $163 for 5. Cross seam. Spoken about that a lot since the first game. I haven't seen it enough. Riley Meredith has done it. And that's the impact or the effect of it sometimes. Very unpredictable. Cross seam again. And again, it's that pull shot where he goes from low to high. Upstairs.
Thanks, Joel. TV umpire to director. We have a umpire's review for a run out at the bowler's end. Can you give me your best side on shot, please?
I think you might be in, but it looked awkward. You come down the back awkward.
Ball's coming in, back grounded, cross the crease, satisfied, back's grounded. My decision for the big screen is not out. I repeat, not out.
Could be close. Yes, the finger goes up. And he reviews it straight away.
Thanks, Joel. Review for LBW. TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision given is out. Fair delivery already established. Can we move on to front on, please? It doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can I just use Ultra Edge to confirm? So flat line as the ball goes past the bat. Satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we move on to ball tracking? Ball tracking's coming up. It's pitching outside off. Impacts in line. Wickets. Umpire's call. I'm going to go back to Joel on field. Joel, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original decision of out. You're on screen now. Make your signal.
Confirmation of the initial dismissal. Holder goes for 52. Good innings. 165 for 6. Alzari Joseph comes to the crease, still life in the contest with 23 required. And still 3 deliveries from Stark in his 9th over. Vital breakthrough.
You're just being hit. On the part was probably thinking that it's too high, Jason Holder. But the review has shown umpire's call.
Excellent bowling again for Mitchell Stark. You'd have to think from the West Indies perspective that Nicholas Pooran will feel the burden of trying to finish the game, as he so often talked about in his career. He did it in the third T20 International and let out a roar at the end when they crossed the line. It's been a great objective of his to be there at the end.
And as we saw in the last ODI, Alzari Joseph is quite capable sticking around with him till the end.
Brilliant take. I assume that it struck the pad because it was not signaled wide. What a great take by Alex Carey. Successful over, 165 for 6.
West Indies 165 for 6 in pursuit of 188. They need 23 from 90 balls, so no issues with the required run rate. And 4 wickets in hand. Ashton Turner continues.
Oh, ball. Well, ball.
We've seen this throughout the course of the day with the spinners. Some turn, bounce as well. It's been a challenging pitch for batting at the Kensington Oval. High in the air. Does he have enough on it? Yes, he does. Nicholas Pooran straight as a die towards the side screen. And another 6 for him.
Good blow by Pooran. As West Indies inch closer to the target.
That actually was his first 6 of the innings. He's on 49 now, Nicholas Pooran.
Come on, 7, 20 to get.
Edged and dropped. Gets the single and gets to his 50 as well. Nicholas Pooran, inauspicious way to do that. but a half century nonetheless. His 8th ODI half century to go along with his solitary century, and how desperately that was needed by the West Indies team in this, the second ODI, to keep the series alive.
Went for the cut shot. Peel off the top edge of the bat and was put down at first slip. Brings up his 8th ODI 50. Good knock by him. Just got to stay there now and see his team over the line. Very good partnership with Jason Holder.
That partnership you mentioned with 93, Matthew Wade in that first slip position. Unaccustomed to feeling in that position, that's for sure. A wicket keeper by trade, Matthew Wade.
Should have given him the gloves. He probably would have taken it. But he was going the wrong way. He was moving to his left.
Go.
And the ball went to his right. So he was late in getting his hands up.
.36 gone, 172 for 6. Just 60 needed for the West Indies to square the series. Half century for Nicholas Pooran. Final over for Mitchell Stark. Uncharacteristic of the Australians in the field. Moses Enriquez straight to him. Nicholas Pooran. That was a critical time at the game, in the game. And then Matthew Wade in the previous over. First slip. Very good in the field usually, the Australians. And the plan would be just to resist this over. Final over from Mitchell Stark. Gets off strike. Alzari Joseph will have to negotiate him.
Once again, very impressive bowling by Mitchell Stark.
But an excellent innings from Nicholas Pooran just when the West Indies needed him to perform. That 6 over before to bring up that half century. He's been patient, really played the situation of the game well. And for the most part, untroubled throughout the course of this innings. Always a threat, secretly, with the new ball, with the old ball.
Still bowling with high pace. He was through Alzari Joseph before he really got his bat down. Certainly, it's impressive. Mitchell Stark.
Alzari Joseph quickly becoming more proficient with the bat. And certainly in Test match cricket, half century to his name. good partnership in the first ODI with Kyron Pollard. Talks about improving every facet of his game with every opportunity. An opportunity here now to see his game over the line. 68 partnership with Kyron Pollard in game 1. Falls safely, fortuitous for Alzari Joseph. A good delivery, rising, climbing on Alzari.
Certainly was another quick delivery. Looking to defend it, bounced a bit higher than he expected. Got into a little bit of a tangle, but fell safely into the onside. West Indies now just need 14 more runs to level the series.
Importantly, 2 deliveries left for Stark. Again, falls safely. Mitchell Stark in despair. When it's your night, it's your night. Nicholas Pooran, maybe just holding on the surface, played through the shot too early, and again, falling safely.
Look at Mitchell Stark, down on the surface. Last ball of his 10th and final over.
Zari sees him off. That was the end of his spell. Another good spell from Mitchell Stark. 37 overs gone, 175 for 6. Really good performance from Mitchell Stark in this one-day international series. 5 for 48 in the first. His 8 5-wicket haul, and then 3 for 26 in this one. So 8 wickets in just the 2 games. Star performer for Australia once again, showing his skill, his class. Goes again, Pooran gets another 6. A glorious hit over extra cover. That was simply magnificent from Pooran.
He's taking a liking to Turner. A well-flighted delivery. Nicholas Pooran was equal to the task. Inside out of extra cover for 6. It's not always the easiest of shots to play, but he played it quite well. 7 runs needed.
Nicholas Pooran has batted with tremendous maturity and responsibility in this innings. When the West Indies needed him, he stepped up to keep the series alive. Just 7 needed now. Seems as though it is going to be 1 apiece. 1 game left on Monday.
Oh, wow.
That one kept low. Almost snuck under the bat of Nicholas Pooran, but he's very watchful.
Bring him up.
Change in field, the deep mid-wicket comes to short mid-wicket. 2 deliveries left, perhaps asking Nicholas Pooran to go across the line. Goes straight and falls short of West Yeager. spoke a lot about being there to the very end in run chases. Nicholas Pooran, an ideal opportunity to do just that and get a red inker next to his name. That might just go all the way. Wide signal, so that will be 5 wides. And just 1 run needed now for victory for the West Indies.
Five wides. Keeper missed it. The leg slip missed it. And West Indies are 1 run away from winning this second CG ODI. Everybody in. But it doesn't matter. Alzari Joseph hoisted it over mid-wicket. Victory for West Indies by 4 wickets.
And they level the series. 1 apiece in this 3-match ODI series. The series decider on Monday, but there has been a remarkable fight back from this West Indian outfit. Losing a few early wickets, a partnership between Jason Holder and Nicholas Pooran. And he was there at the very end to ensure that they get over the line. We've seen a low-scoring but entertaining day's play here at the Kensington Oval. And you can see that sigh of relief from Nicholas Pooran to get this victory. And this was the winning moment. Alzari Joseph going with the turn. Everyone in the inner circle. So just had to clear that man at short mid-wicket and trickled into the boundary. And that winning feeling. West Indies square the series and they win this match by 4 wickets.
That was absolutely necessary for the West Indians to win this game. Now it's 1 apiece with 1 to go on Monday. That should be a cracker, all to play for from both teams. As the customary congratulations and shake of hands and all that stuff at the end of a game. Captain Pollard leading his charges, big smile on his face.
Lots to think about for both these teams. West Indies coming out with a win, but sure that there would be concerns about the manner of some of those dismissals. Akhil Hussain was brilliant, 3 for 30 in 10 overs, but not able to close the innings out. Australia winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Well, the lower order really did the majority of the scoring. Matthew Wade, 36. Adam Zampa got to 36 himself. West Aga top scored, batting at number 10 with 41. In the end, they were bowled out in 47.1 overs for 187. Bowling for the West Indies, 3 wickets for Alzari Joseph, who continues to enjoy bowling at the Kensington Oval. Akhil Hussain, frugal, 3 for 30. 2 wickets for Sheldon Cottrell and 1 apiece for Hayden Walsh Jr. and Jason Holder. West Indies in pursuit of 188. Evan Lewis fell cheaply. Once again to Mitchell Stark. Shea Hope on his return. A classy 38 from him. Darren Bravo and Jason Mohammed didn't get much, but that partnership between Pooran and Jason Holder with 93 really brought the West Indies back in this contest. And Pooran ensured that he was there at the very end. 191 for 6. They ended bowling for the Australians. The partnerships before that, 93, like I mentioned, Holder and Pooran. It really stands out throughout that innings, and it's something that will concern the West Indian batting lineup. And the bowlers for the Australians, Mitchell Starc once again stands tall, 3 for 26 from his 10 overs. Adam Zampa threatened quite early, 2 for 43 from 9. A wicket for Ashton Turner in his first over. In the end, means that the West Indies win by 4 wickets and level the series after chasing that 187 set by the Australians. Nicholas Pooran would be very pleased with that effort and ensuring that he was there. At the end, Jason Holder continued to demonstrate his all-round ability, picked up a wicket, also got to a half century. Darren Ganga is on the field for the post-match presentation.
Welcome to the second one-day international presentation of the CG Insurance ODI series, West Indies versus Australia. Congratulations to West Indies for going on to win today by 4 wickets and level the 3-match series 1 apiece. Cricket West Indies would like to thank the official sponsors of the series who've made this possible. CG Insurance, title sponsor, Sandals Resort, Betway, MasterCard, Blue Waters, and Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. I'd now like to announce the winner of the CG Insurance Player of the Match, and that award goes to Nicholas Pooran for his half-century, his 8th 50 in ODI cricket, 59 from 75 deliveries. Congratulations, Nicholas. What made the difference today in that knock?
First of all, I want to thank my God, Jesus Christ, for giving me health and strength and the opportunity. Secondly, I just want to dedicate this to my wife. This is my first half-century since I got married. So this is for her. For me, it's just about just building a partnership, fighting, finding a way with Jason. We know in the night time here in Kensington, it's a bit tricky. The surface, you can't really drive the ball properly. So we just have to find a way and just fight.
You spoke about that 93-run partnership with Jason Holder, the highest 6-wicket partnership in ODI cricket here at Kensington Oval. Tell us, what exactly were your plans, especially to the threat of Adam Zampa?
To me, I was just basically back in my strengths. I just wanted to hit the gaps hard as possible, to be honest. I was waiting for a ball to go over mid-off. For the longest while, I was just backing my ability to spin. I've been practicing, specifically in the last couple of days, for that matchup as well. For Jason had a clear plan, which is, the wicket is tough to drive the ball, so he's gonna wait on his back foot, defend even if it's full, and just tuck the ball into the leg side, and it worked tonight.
Yet again, you continue to shine in this ODI format with your consistency and your strike rate as well. I mean, could you give us a little bit of insight into what gives that type of success we've seen from you?
Pure hard work. I work day in, day out. I try a lot of things in the nets just to get better and better each day. As I said earlier on, I have goals that I want to accomplish, and I can only accomplish that by working hard. I play a lot of cricket. I'm getting a lot of experience now, so it's for me now just to learn as quick as I can and eliminate the amount of mistakes I make often.
You guys restricted Australia for 187 at the halfway stage before you got the opportunity to bat. What were your thoughts on that total and the challenges of the pitch?
I felt like, Jason, all the bowlers, Jason, Cottrell, Akil, Hayden, they all bowled fantastic today, up front. Well done to them. I just felt like we allowed them to get too much runs. We give them a chance in the game, and that's something, as a group, we wouldn't tolerate. You can see the body language drop, guys misfeeling, and that's something we don't like. We give Australia a chance, and that's something we wanna put a stop to.
Enjoy your award today. Well played.
Thank you.
That was Nicholas Pooran, the winner of the CG Insurance Player of the Match. Now, I'd like to ask Alex Carey to join me. Alex, tough luck today. Where did you feel you lost this one?
Yeah, it was an interesting game of cricket in the end. Obviously, it doesn't help when you, I think it was 5 for not a lot. And the Wade and the bowlers did a great job to get us to a total where we were back in the game. We showed we took some early wickets again. The belief was there definitely, and I guess we created opportunities and we were in the game. In that back end, unfortunately, we couldn't quite close it out, and as it proves, probably 20 or 30 short at least.
How are you going to try and deal with the spin thrown by the West Indies? You seem to struggle to score during that phase when these bowlers are on.
Yeah, I think both teams tonight, obviously, spin's a threat on these type of wickets. It's proven for both teams at the moment. But I think the way that Matt Wade and Stark started to combat that, Adam Zampa was, had a plan against him. I suppose with the newer ball, it might spin a little bit more and bounce a little bit more. So getting through those probably first few overs of the spinners. But yeah, a great effort again to get to 190, and we're definitely in the game.
And in terms of your bowling, was there more that you expected from your bowlers?
No, I thought they did a fantastic job again. I can't remember exactly, but 5 for and a good partnership from the two lads there. We had an opportunity to crack it open again. I thought our bowlers were fantastic tonight. Zampa, Stark again up front, the two young quicks. Yeah, we definitely created enough to stay in that game. But yeah, look, bring on game 3, I guess.
In a couple of days' time, you'll have a virtual final to see who wins this series. What will be your focus?
Yeah, I think the boys are really excited to get back out here. Obviously, the little scare over the last couple of days, and we're back playing cricket, so that's great. Yeah, game 3 final, it's always exciting. Our boys, I guess the batting group's got a bit to prove to get a good score on the board for our quicks. But our quicks are doing a great job. Our spinners are doing a great job. It's going to shape up to be a great game.
Nice chatting with you. All the best for that final game.
Cheers.
That was Alex Carey, the captain of Australia. And now for the winning captain, I'd like to invite Karen Pollard to join us today. Pollard, tough win for your team, but I'm sure you're pleased.
Yes, pleased with the win. Obviously, when you start a cricket match, you want to win. But to say I'm overall pleased with our performance, throughout the entire game, I think we have some work to do. Having Australia 46, for 7, and they get into 190. I thought we didn't put our foot on the X, what we should have done. And they get into 190. We gave them opportunity to come into the game, and then getting into the game, obviously our batters didn't make it easy as well. It seems like we don't like to do things the easy way.
You're a hard taskmaster. Your spinners were excellent again today. A word on them?
Yeah, they were fantastic. Hussain, coming up trumps again. Walshy, hard work continued to pay off. But the start that we got, getting a couple of wickets early, I thought, was fantastic. By the bowlers in the field. But as I said, 180, 190, I think is a bit disappointing on our part, if we be totally honest. And that's how I can sum it up in terms of, for the guys.
We've seen some fragility in your batting, very different to what we saw in that series against Sri Lanka recently when you won 3-0. Have you been able to put your hands on the issues that has resulted in that sort of fragility?
I just think obviously difference in opposition. Australia is Australia. They have world-class bowlers. As much as guys are missing, I think only maybe one guy from the attack is actually missing, which is Pat Cummins per se. So I think it's a world-class batting lineup, and the test is a bit different, and we haven't been able to combat it how we want to. But having said that, what was good this time around was a fight by the guys. Nicholas Pooran getting that half century, and Jason Holder as well. We know what he can do with the bat lower down, and Pooran has been looking like his own self again. A bit scratchy tonight, but sometimes that's what you need in a game like this. You want someone to scrap, and I think they both scrapped well for us to come through with a victory.
Staying with batting, Jason Mohammed hasn't delivered for you with the bat. Is that a concern, and how do you plan to address that?
Obviously he's in a sort of catch-22 sort of situation. Obviously Jason, he's playing a role whereas, if we lose a couple of wickets, you want him to come and, try to bat long. Overall from a Super 50 perspective, he has done well. Chase normally does that for us. But when you look at the makeup of our team as well, with me coming back into the team, not being able to bowl, he gives us that 6 bowling option. Yes, we haven't been able to use him because of the nature of the surface. But, having said that, sometimes, if you win games, you tend to want to try to rally on. But, those conversations need to be had. And, we will look at it as a team, and we will try to come up with our best, sort of combination to play this third game.
2016 was the last time that the West Indies got the better of Australia in an ODI match. I mean, a chance to win a series against them in a couple days' time. What will you focus on particularly?
Improvement in all 3 facets of the game. For us, I thought, the first game, we bowled pretty well. Again, restricting him for 250, but not able to bat properly. And then today, I thought 120, if so much, should have been the total. And again, not being able to finish it convincingly. So we can only speak about it. There's not much time or much technical stuff you can do in a short turnaround. So let's see, we're still into the series, and I said if it's 2016, we haven't won an ODI match then. you know, the 2020s are doing really well, you know, for us in terms of winning cricket matches and winning series. So let's see what happens, you know, in 2 days' time.
Thanks for your time. 1-1 is not a bad position. All the very best to you for the rest.
Thank you.
Always insightful to hear from the captains at the end of a match. The ICC World Cup Super League standings, updated standings. The West Indies on 40 points in 6th position. Australia in that 3rd position, 50 points. Both teams haven't played 8 games. It's time now for the MasterCard priceless moment of the match. And it goes to Aki Hussain, an unplayable delivery to get rid of Ashton Turner. Drift into the right-hander and then turn off the surface, just clipping the top of off. Really ideal delivery for the left-hand orthodox bowler. At that stage, he was sitting on 3 for 5 from 2 overs, being lifted by his teammates. Just a reminder of this series, won the international series locked at 1 apiece. Australia won the first, West Indies winning this one. It means that the series decider in a couple of days' time on Monday to see who will take the final honors. We'll take a short break, and on the other side, we'll have some more analysis of this encounter.
We welcome you back to Kensington Oval with the news that the West Indies have squared the series. They have won their 2nd CGI Insurance ODI by 4 wickets. Australia 187 all out. Akil Hussain was good. Alzari Joseph again. Sheldon Cottrell with a couple of wickets. And then the West Indies 191 for 6. Nicholas Pooran and Jason Holder with half centuries. And Mitchell Stark with 3 wickets once again. And it's a great pleasure to welcome you to what must be the tallest post-match interview session ever in the history of the game. Sir Curtly Ambrose to my right. Alongside him, the other twin tower, Jason Holder, has joined us. Jason, congratulations, first of all. Tell me about the feeling of this victory.
Yeah, it's a good victory. After how we played in the first one day, you know, we needed to come back strong. The guys really rallied together, and I thought the bowling performance was really outstanding. Yeah, we probably let them slip at the end, but I guess that's cricket, but we just need to tighten up a little bit more in terms of closing the innings out. But I think credit must be given to each and every bowler. You know, I think if you ask us at the beginning of the game, if we would have taken 180, we would have said yes. So credit to every bowler, and we just got to keep going.
So currently the most important, I suppose, component of the game for you?
Yes, I thought collectively they bowled very well. Yes, I agree that maybe towards the end they let it slip a little bit.
Of the bowling?
Of the bowling. But at the same time, there were some good partnerships. You got to give the Australian batsmen some credit as well. They played well. The bowling was good, and then the batting backed it up, and they got over the line.
Jason, your last ODI 50 ironically came against the Australians at the World Cup in 2019. Talk me through what worked for you tonight and how you went about this knock.
I think the situation in the game, you know, really played into my favour. You know, I had time. You know, I didn't have time on a lot of innings, you know, before. And for me, I just wanted to give myself a fair chance. You know, I think in the first ODI I felt good as well. I've been feeling good over the last couple of months, but just haven't been able to produce the scores I would be looking for. Yeah, so today was just about giving myself a really good chance. Movement to the spin, both forward and back, is something I've been working on really hard with Monty to say. And, you know, for the seamer to just want to keep my shots, you know, in my favour. You know, I just try to play my shots. You know, I think it's not an easy wicket to go and, you know, hit through the line. You know, it's just a matter of you've got to probably play a little bit more back foot cricket, you know, because most of the delivery's been back into the wicket. It held a bit, you know, some popped. So it's not a surface I think is free scoring. You just got to spend some time and soak up some pressure up front.
So currently you've always talked about Jason as maybe a third umpire job to know which is his favourite, his bowling or his batting. His batting tonight, talk a little bit about it.
Well, first of all, you know, I saw him earlier this afternoon when he was warming up, and I didn't say anything to him. I just gave him a look.
Thank goodness.
And he knew what that look meant.
Right.
You know, so he produced tonight.
Right.
So I'm quite happy for him. I mean, he loves his batting. I know that. You'll never see him come out on a day with a ball in his hand. The bowling part of it will towards the end of his warm-ups. Always the bat. He loves his batting, and I mean, he's a wonderful cricketer, as I've always said, and he showed it this evening.
Jason, that partnership with Nicholas Pooran, some of the things that you would have discussed and talked about in the middle about your approach.
Again, I think it's just a calming presence. You know, you just got to understand the situation. It wasn't a situation where we needed to run the game down. We had plenty of time. And, you know, I think it's just a matter of giving ourselves a really, really good chance. You know, one of the things I told Nicholas is stay positive in this footwork and just make sure that, you know, you're committing to whatever you do. I think commitment, whether you're going forward or back, is very, very important. You know, if he's going big, you know, go big. You know, don't be half-hearted about it. And I think he was excellent. You know, we were able to absorb pressure up front. I thought Zampo was doing an excellent job in terms of his craft. You know, he was able to cause trouble. You know, he got early wickets, and he was probably the main threat when we came into bat. You know, so I said to Pooran, you know, just keep knocking around, pick him off, you know, get a momentum, and just try to go as deep as possible. Again, time was not the issue. You know, we had plenty of time, and just a matter for us to give ourselves a really, really good chance.
I want to go to your bowling shortly, but first of all, it's an aspect of the game, Sir Curtly, and we've discussed this, and I'm sure the dressing room discusses it, but one of the good features of that partnership to me was the way you ran between the wickets, the way you deflected the ball, almost very un-West Indian-like in many ways, but it's incumbent in the players.
Again, I think the situation really dictated that was what was required.
Right.
As I said, you know, it's not a wicket I feel you could just go hit through the line. You know, you've got to allow the ball to come and just knock it into the gaps. You know, Pooran is a really good player spin. You know, and myself, I just try to, you know, use the crease a little bit more. Sometimes I go deep in the crease, sometimes I stay on top of the crease. Again, it's something that I've been working on with Monty to say. So really, really happy that I was able to, you know, come out and take the team deep. I wanted to be there at the end, you know, unfortunately the way it got out, but look, I'm really happy with the innings and just need to keep building on it.
Let's talk bowling now, and Sir Curtly, I want you to chime in after Jason talks about your bowling tonight and that wicket of Mitch Marsh and how critical and what did you feel went right about it?
For me, again, I was just trying to use the surface as much as possible. I think Mitch is one of those players who likes to hit through the line. And for me, it's just trying not to get too full to him. You know, we want to be a bit fuller, but, you know, not too full. It held a little bit of the surface for me. I was just trying to bowl a few cutters as well. And that one, you know, grip a little bit, and I was able to get the edge, you know. Still, I'm pleased in a sense, you know, the way I've been bowling, but still not 100% pleased. I still think it could be a lot tighter, you know, in the back end. But to me, the situation in the game today was one where we were looking to close the innings out. So we were probably a little bit more expressive as seamers. And you could go for runs, you could get wickets. I just think for us as seamers coming back in the back end, we went for a little bit too many runs, and we could have been a bit tighter. Something that Pollard and myself just discussed. Maybe is a case where we just be a little bit more patient towards the tail end, build some pressure, just as we had done with the top order, and then maybe that's perhaps how we get our wickets.
I see you nodding. I see you nodding there.
Yeah, that's one of the things that some bowlers will find themselves the position. You bowl well in a particular area to the top order batting, and then you get to 9, 10, 11, and you figure, you know what, let me change up my plan and maybe try some Yorkers, try to knock them over. So he's quite right. Just be patient, stick in the same area, and you will nick them off. And that didn't happen. But I'm sure that in this game, if the situation presents itself again, you will see a different type of bowling.
Let me confess, I've walked that road, so I know exactly what the thinking was.
I think we all have.
Let's talk a little bit about Akeal Hussain and the way that you felt he performed, not only in the series, but in this game in particular.
I think today he was outstanding. The beauty about his spell is that he bowled more good deliveries. He was able to challenge most of the Australian batsmen on the front foot.
Right.
I felt probably in the latter half of his spell maybe a little bit short, but I think in general, if you see the 3 wickets that he got, all bring them up on the front foot, and which is something we've been asking Akeal to do. There's enough purchase there on the surface for him, so for me, it's just being on a fuller length, obviously not too full, and asking questions of their technique, asking if the ball is going to arm back into the pad or if it's going to spin. He's very, very crafty with that as well too. You can see a few tight leaves as well with the ball that was arming back to the Aussie right-handed batsman. And I just think it's something that he just needs to continue to build on. Maybe be a little bit more expressive again to the lower half, because I felt at one stage they were just trying to bat him out. But it's a learning curve for all of us. He's one of the younger players in our team, and hopefully he can build on his performances that he's had so far in international cricket and continue to be a rock force for us in the middle order.
And before I let you go, just look forward to the last game of this series for me. I wanted to ask you about this pitch. I've never seen this pitch spin as much here, but that's probably for another time. What West Indian fans can expect from this team in the decisive ODI?
I think we're building nicely. Still, I don't think we've ticked the box in terms of our batting. Definitely our top order just probably needs to give himself a little bit more time and just give themselves a really good chance. I don't think this is a 300 pitch. I don't think either of the surfaces that we've played on so far on the series, have been 300 wickets. So maybe it's a situation where we give ourselves a little bit more time up front, build a little bit more, build a solid foundation, and then try to make up in the back half. We've seen on this ground on numerous occasions, even although it's been holding, that is a ground that you can catch up and you can go up probably 10s, maybe 12s in the back half as the ball tends to fly around the ground, quite easily. So I think we've got that power. We've got players like Pooran, Polly. If you give them the right scenario where they've got a foundation, they can exploit at the very end and be very, very dangerous.
Jason, thank you very much for coming over with your pads still on. I don't know what that symptomizes for us.
I want to go back and back.
Thank you very much. I'll let you go now as we continue our post show. Really appreciate you coming over, and congratulations on the win and the knock.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Long.
As Jason runs off, we're very grateful. Sir Kirtley remains with me. I just want to talk about Mitchell Starc and how he's gone again here. And these new ball spells are proving very incisive in the series.
That's the kind of bowler that he is. And Australia look to him to get wickets early.
When you say the type of bowler that he is, what do you mean?
I mean, he's an attacking bowler. He's a wicket-taking bowler. He looks to take wickets. Most bowlers will want to contain early, get into a nice rhythm, a nice groove, and the wickets will come, build pressure. He's not that type of bowler. He's at you from ball one, looking to take wickets. He may go for a few ones occasionally, but they can accept that with him trying to get wickets.
Series one apiece. We have now to look forward to the decisive game. Just from the West Indies perspective, what are the lessons that you hope will have been learned to rectify in the third and decisive ODI?
The batting is going to be crucial. In both games, the bowling was really good. I think the batting, the top half of the batting, is a bit of a concern. They're not getting good starts, they're not getting good partnerships up front, and they're leaving it for the middle and lower half to get the runs required. So I think the concern is the top half of the bat in the first 4 or 5 need to get a couple of good partnerships, set a solid foundation for the back end.
Is there something they can do to get those partnerships? Is there a specific thing that they can do technically?
Exercise some more patience. This is 50 over cricket. It doesn't mean if a team bowls a couple of maidens, it's okay. Once you're at the crease, batting will get easier. But you know, the West Indian way sometimes, you bowl a maiden or 2, they figure you shouldn't. And they tend to go after the ball in and sometimes get themselves out. So building partnerships, show patience, the runs will come as long as they stay there.
Well, I've seen many batsmen the world over from close proximity try to do that against this guy with not a great deal of success. So maybe easier said than done. Sir Kirtley, thank you very much for your insight and your thoughts. We'll hear more from Sir Kirtley as we go across the final one-day international. But just to inform you, and a revisiting of this second CG Insurance ODI. Australia 187 bowled out. Agar 41 at the back end of the innings. Hussain 3, Alzari Joseph 3. West Indies a little bit of a situation initially when they lost wickets, but Pooran and Holder went a long way to seeing them through 191 for 6, winning by 4 wickets, series level at 1 apiece. So the final game, the decider, weather permitting, in a couple of days' time on Monday. We'll be right back here at Kensington Oval at 2:15 p.m. local time to begin our build-up to what is the deciding ODI of this series. So much at stake. CG Insurance, I have to remember that there's a lot of entertainment involved. We hope you've enjoyed today's contest, and we hope that you will enjoy the final one. Please join us on Monday at 2:15 p.m.
Damn it.
Mm-hmm.